conclave पड़ गया ना महंगा, बस कुछ 30% खर्चा प्लाईवुड पे जाता है, उसमें कंजूसी क्यों? What सही प्लाई? आस्क ग्रीन प्लाई।
मुस्कुराओ तुम जरा, मैं संभाल लूंगा ज़रूरतों को तेरी, आगे मैं रखूंगा, आगे आगे मैं रखूंगा, आगे मैं रखूंगा, आगे आगे।
For those who always put others first, here's a bank that puts you first. Introducing IDFC First Bank. Open a savings account and get up to 7% interest. IDFC First Bank. Always you first.
In the beginning, when we started CSR, we wanted to be make a difference in a customer's life or a trucker's life. Yes, CSR means beyond financing, beyond profit motives.
So we have started 3 programs specifically, which eventually will enhance and change the life cycle of the truck operator.
We have instituted this scholarship initiative somewhere in 2013, and we have been consistently identifying the needy students.
For the past 2 years, I have been seeing this project has benefited a lot of people from the driver community, because they are the people who don't get the most care.
Mainly they are sourcing the driver, mainly the students from the below poverty level.
Being in the corporate world and being part of the community, we need to contribute back to the community.
मुस्कुराओ तुम जरा, मैं संभाल लूंगा ज़रूरतों को तेरी, आगे मैं रखूंगा, आगे आगे मैं रखूंगा, आगे मैं रखूंगा, आगे आगे।
For those who always put others first, here's a bank that puts you first. Introducing IDFC First Bank. Open a savings account and get up to 7% interest. IDFC First Bank. Always you first.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host, Miss Zenia Fernandez.
The greatest men and women of this world, the ones responsible for creating the most magical symphonies, advanced technologies, great sciences, and absolutely revolutionary business movements. They all started from one place. They all started by re-engineering their thinking and rethinking their awareness. What an absolute honor and pleasure it is, ladies and gentlemen, to stand in front of a room full of men and women who do exactly just that, who still operate in a world of possibilities, even when everything else slows down. And that, ladies and gentlemen, deserves a huge round of applause. So may I request you to please put your hands together for yourselves. And thank you for doing what you do. A very good afternoon. I'm Zenia Fernandez, your host, and I welcome you to IDFC First Bank Presents Outlook Business Leading Edge 2019, powered by Shriram Transport Finance Company, Greenply, in association with BBNL, driven by Exide, our outdoor partner, Lux Media Group, and community partners, Great Place to Work, and Entrepreneur Excel. So to set the tone for the day, please help me welcome on stage with a warm round of applause, CEO Outlook Publishing, Mr. Indranil Roy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome you to the 4th Outlook Business Leading Edge for, by, and of CEOs. Outlook Business Leading Edge is a peer learning platform for sharing with and learning from each other. life and leadership lessons, business trips and trends, predictions and prospects, insights and innovations, strategies and solutions. As we all know, slowdown is the word that's echoing in the market, not just in India, but across the globe. And there is a question in everyone's mind, how serious is it? And true to the outlook spirit of chutzpah, which means audacity, boldness, guts in Hebrew, we are daring to post an idea. If every cloud has a silver lining, then every slowdown has an upside. In 1995, New York Times ran a story, Why Wall Street Cheers on Economic Slips. It was about how Wall Street investors broke out the champagne to celebrate on economic slowdown. The report was on a widely held Wall Street belief that without a slowdown, the Fed would be forced to push the interest rates up and such painful high levels that it would finally and certainly bring in a recession. We are here today to learn from you, business leaders, how not to waste a slowdown. On this occasion, I would also like to invite Ms. Shri Hardeep Singh Puriji, the Honorable Minister for Civil Aviation and Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs. So thank you for accepting our invitation and thank you that you are here with us today. We're really honored and grateful. I once again welcome you all to the Outlook Business Leading Edge 4th edition. Thank you very much.
Media platforms. While you do so, please use our official hashtag LeadingEdge2019 and don't forget to tag Outlook Business when you're tweeting about the event. He started his career with Citibank in 1990 and later joined ICICI in 2000 when it was a domestic financial institution, helping it in its transition to a universal bank. He successfully built a retail business for ICICI Bank right from its inception. After earning his spurs as a banker at ICICI, he now heads IDFC First Bank after his NBFC Capital First merged with IDFC Bank. He founded Capital First by acquiring an equity stake in an existing NBFC, changing the business model, and then, of course, executing a management buyout in the year 2012, backed by PE major Warburg Pincus. I would like to invite Managing Director and CEO IDFC First Bank, Mr. V. Vaidyanathan, to deliver the theme address of the day.
Hardeep Singh Puriji, Union Minister of State for Civil Aviation, Urban Housing, and ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, members of Outlook, and very heartiest compliments for everyone at Outlook for putting together such a wonderful evening for all of us this afternoon. Now, the subject given to me today was to talk about slowdown. And I think slowdown is on literally everyone's mouth these days. And people really are keen to hear, is this for real? How long will you feel it? When is it coming out? And I think literally there are talking heads on television talking about it literally day in and day out. I actually wanted to share just two perspectives as to what I believe is causing today's slowdown over the last maybe 5 or 6 months. And secondly, I spoke to a few entrepreneurs before coming here today, and I tried to understand from them really how they are dealing with it. Then I'm trying to top up on it our own experiences of how we are dealing with it at this point of time. And I just thought that this whole process might give you a picture about how we are right now thinking about the whole thing. Now, when we think of the source, a lot of people have a lot of explanations, but what really comes to my mind is the fact that between 2010 to 2015 was a period when really there were a lot of slowdown. The GDP was slowing down quarter on quarter. All of us who were there and witnessing the cycle at that point of time saw that the GDP was coming down from 10% to 9% to 8%, 7, 6, 5. Quarter on quarter things were coming down. Fiscal deficit was really very high. At one point of time, it touched even 6%. Oil prices really were close to above $100 of the price of crude for 5 years in a row. I mean, the highest price of a particular year. Of late, it's been between $50 to $60. So, that sort of a fiscal deficit, and inflation was very high. In fact, it was 9 to 10% for 3 or 4 years. So, in the midst of all this, there was a huge credit growth as well, and largely to corporate credit, let me say, building roads, infrastructure, power companies. We know the names of companies. We know the 2G scam accused companies, coal scam accused companies. In the midst of such a high inflation, high fiscal deficit, and a slowing economic activity, that sort of a huge infusion of credit growth happened, particularly in corporate side. That sort of the cycle played itself out between 2015 to 2020 when the AQR was announced. And I think so most public sector banks had significant losses to take, some private sector banks as well. And 8 lakh crore rupees, and that's not a small sum, 8 lakh crore rupees was written off by state-owned banks in this period. When I think of that number, I really think instead of writing off 8 lakh crore rupees in the name of all the loans given, let me say, in the prior period of 5-6 years, if that amount of money had not been written off, and that amount of money was invested in either roads or infrastructure or growth and so on and so forth, we would be smiling at a very different economy today. So one thing is certain, that in the financial services, every issue comes with a lag. And I do not think we should ignore the excesses of 2010 to 15, for which as a nation we paid a price. That's one. The second part of the slowdown of the economy, as I understand it, is the fact that as a nation we are transforming from being a high parallel economy to being a more disclosed economy, or a white economy, as they say. Now, every transition brings with it its pain. So obviously GST has been one part of the story, demonetization was the other. But if you go back in time and see the 1991 story, initially a lot of Indian manufacturers lobbied against it. They said, so hard, so difficult, why should the foreigners come here, etc. But as it played out, the ones, of course, some died, but the ones who survived, then the larger Indian economy became more vibrant. So seeing in that light, either this portion, the first part of the story I talked about, writing off 8 lakh crores, of course, is regrettable. I don't think there is any positive upside of that. I can't think of any. But at least the second part of it, what we've been going through in terms of converting it to a more formal economy will pay off, will start with the J curve. In fact, there's a book called J curve, which actually talks about the initial negative impacts of any reform, but then the positives are up and away for many, many years to come. So hopefully this second part we talked about, we will see many more benefits in the years to come, and all of us who will be in this country and grow over the next 10, 20 years will see the benefits of having a developed economy with a more formal economy and so on. Then, let's talk about the slowdown itself. Now, if we say there is a slowdown, some are affected, some are not affected. And before coming here, I tried to think to myself, saying that what is it that within the same period of slowdown, some NBFCs are smiling and saying life is good, and some of them are struggling. Some banks are saying, okay, we have a problem, and some banks are saying we don't have a problem. Some entrepreneurs are saying we have a problem, some to say they don't. Within the same sector, which means, therefore, that those who are at this point of time during the slowdown managing to conduct themselves well and run good businesses, they must have done something different than those of the others. And I tried to think hard about what is it that was causing this difference. So when you think of NBFCs, of course, if you think of the large NBFCs who are largely really well capitalized in good times, they were raising equity at the right times, were running good corporate governance, were running into more retail financing businesses. You see, even today, after slowdown, they're still growing by 25%. You see the NBFCs who were into real estate financing, and that too, I don't mean real estate like real estate houses. I mean really developing financing developers and large chunky exposures as compared to their net worth, and were running asset liability mismatches, and were not raising capital. Of course, they are facing a trouble today. At Capital First, let me just tell you the company which I was associated with before merging it with IDFC Bank to make it IDFC First Bank now. Our real estate loan book in 2012 was 2,700 crores, lending to developers. In 5 years after that, we continuously brought it down from 2,700 crores to 500 crores and grew the retail book from 94 crores to 30,000 crores. Now, it is not an accident that it happened. Someone planned for it. And those who planned for it during the good times are then seeing the benefit of it when the slowdown comes. Because as the slowdown is coming now, many developers are in trouble, but our loan book was only 500 crores. It was not relevant in the larger scheme of things of maybe 1 lakh crores, and life moved on. Similarly, banks which were unprepared for this for this sudden change of events in the corporate sector, of course, had their share of trouble. One entrepreneur I talked to before coming here, I asked him, sir, what business do you do? He said, we make tubes. Then I said, okay, if you do the tubes business, how do you do it? He said, we import tubes from Germany, then we put it through a furnace, we cut it, put the fittings to it, and sell it to local manufacturers like, Telco, Mahindra and Mahindra, and Ashok Leyland, and so on. So I said, what happened to your turnover? He said, my turnover is down 40% over the last year. Well, that's not to be surprised because we all know what happened in the auto industry. But I said, how are you dealing with the situation? He says, look, my margins are still good. I will go through the situation comfortably. I said, how are your margins good? He said, when the times were good, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, at that point of time, we were buying world-class top-end furnaces, which were helping us produce much better finished tubes with least carbon. And then our margins were good. And then our margins, of course, have come down from 40% to 30%, but we are fine, we are going through it. But when I heard that through, again, I thought he prepared for it before a slowdown was happening. And during a slowdown, of course, he was living it through. I talked to one company who was a glycols maker. His turnover last year in 18-19 was 260 crores. This year is expecting 220 crores. Again, not surprising because he supplies glycols to many such companies, including some of these paint companies and so on. I said, how are you going through it? He said, one, we were diversifying at this point of time. 2, we are recycling the water that became steam and steam became water again when we were recycling the water and we saved money. Then I talked to a large paint company, Asian Paint, which is, of course, a listed company, and all the information about them is well known. I asked one of the senior people there that how did you manage through this cycle? He said, look, about 1.5 years ago, when the government is going after affordable housing in a very big way, and PM, Awas Yojana was coming, and we knew money is going to that sector, we launched more economy and paint products. And by that time we were launching it, slowdown was coming, GST came down from 28%, 18%, and then we were in the midst of that stuff, and we took off, and our sale numbers are looking good and fine. So when I heard about these stories, including our own story of trying to prepare for the slowdown when the things are not really looking so bad, I did feel that looks like slowdown, whether it is global economy or demonetization, or whether we want a parallel economy, or because of binging of the past. Any which way, some slowdown or the other keeps coming every 5 or 6 years, maybe 10 years. So the companies which are prepared for it during the good times, from the many examples I showed to you or I talked to you, I definitely realized that it made a big difference. In our own case, we were a non-banking finance company, but I kept thinking to myself all the time, saying that what if we run out of money? What if we run out of money? Can we look for a banking license? Can we go to Reserve Bank of India and ask for a banking license? At that point of time, this IDFC Bank was available or for a merger, and then we said, okay, lo and behold, we merge, and we're done. We get to become more safe. So every time when I look at these cases, I do feel that preparation during such periods does help during a slowdown. Then I discovered there are many companies who are slowdown or not slowdown are not affected at all. For example, I talked to one company which was going to waste, the kind of waste that goes to Deonar and all, I'm told close to about 40-50 million tons of waste are created across the country. And this gentleman was telling me that only close to about 14 million tons of these are processed. And he says that, look, all I'm doing is that I'm getting the waste, I'm converting it to bio pellets and giving it to manufacturing where they're burning the fuel and creating fuel out of it. So waste gets cleared, at the same time fuel gets created. And I said, what is the potential of the business? He said, unlimited, because the government is supporting it in the Swachh Bharat mission. CERC is paying better revenue for that fuel created rather than thermal fuel. So I talked to a lot of startups, and of course, all of us see what the startups are going on. There are startups in e-com, there are startups in healthcare, there are startups in education, there are startups in every one of those businesses. And those startups, when you talk to them, because they are operating in the new economy, they are operating on the platform of the UPI, the Aadhaar, the whole ecosystem that has been created, they are flying up and away. So therefore, when I see many of these cases around us, it is not the slowdown that is uniformly felt for everyone. The new economy people are just smiling. They are, of course, very, very happy. Even the incumbents are split between the two, the ones who are prepared and the ones who are not prepared. Now, the ones who are not prepared are now facing the slowdown. What do? They are in the midst of it. Okay, they were not prepared. How do they deal with it? Now, some companies are, of course, pivoting very fast. I came across one large commodities company, and that company traditionally was manufacturing the commodity, selling it to the distributor selling it to the retailer, and the retailer was then selling it to the architect, and the architect was end of the day going and putting those goods or that commodity into the people's homes. Think of it like paints and cements and stuff like that. Now, I said, okay, how are you transforming? He said something very interesting. What he's doing is, instead of going through the traditional route of distributor, retailer, architect into the home, he's creating an app whereby he's trying to be embedded in the customer's wallet and through an app, and is directly reaching the consumer and giving many value-added services so that customer then calls for the brand or calls for the commodity, which is otherwise a commodity. It's almost like the Intel Inside story. Again, so this is a case of company which a commodity company is now becoming a consumer company from B2B to B2C, and that is a transformation. Now, when I see these cases, of course, either we can pivot or we can hunker. If we haven't tried any of these, of course, we can hunker and we can hope to run through the cycle. Why do I say hope to go through the cycle if we just put our head down, cut costs, and maybe live it through? Now, I must point out to this audience as a last and parting note that if you try to recollect the period of 2010 to 2009 to 2019, I think it's had just a lot of ups and downs and almost a lot of moving items. If you recollect, 2009 had just come out of the credit, GFC. 2010. For some reason, the GDP soared back to something like 10%, and all of us started feeling that, look, India's invincible and we're back to the growth and India's destined for growth. It didn't play out like that. Then we know how the fiscal deficit, all that played out. So 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14 was all pretty difficult things, I think. High inflation, high fiscal deficit, scams, 2G scams, coal scam. We've heard every problem at that point of time. And it is structurally a big problem for many of us. 2013, MSF rates went up by 300 basis points in one day. 2014, there was an election. 2016 was demonetization, which changed a lot of things. 2017 was GST implementation, which changed a lot of things. Despite having such monumental changes during this 10 years, I must just point out to you, the credit growth in the country, the credit loan book in the country in 2009 was 28 lakh crores. After all the problems we faced in 10 years, the credit book in the country today is 100 lakh crores, 3x. When we talk of deposits in the market, in 2009, Indian deposit market with all banks put together was 35 lakh crores. After all the problems I talked to you for 10 years, it is close to about 125 lakh crores today, that's 3x. So I sometimes, want to feel that if after all the problems you could be 3x in 10 years, then again, there's no reason, again after 10 years we wake up and maybe 2029 or 2030, the 100 lakh crore market of credit will probably be 300 lakh crores, maybe the 125 lakh crore of deposits probably be 4 lakh crores, and you get the drift. So in that situation, if we think of the long and we stay focused there, then we just have to, for those, let me say, unprepared for this slow down, if we can put our head down, cut costs, somehow live through the cycle, then I think good days will come back and we'll ride the curve again. And if those who are prepared, of course, good luck. They're all multiplying the market caps, as you could see from the Sensex, which happens to be 40,000 despite all the slowdown. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That's my brief piece to all of you. It's enjoyable talking to all of you. Thank you.
Today, a 1974 batch IFS officer, Shri Puriji, served as the permanent representative of India to the United Nations from 2009 to 2013. He undertook very important missions in Brazil, Japan, Sri Lanka, and the United Kingdom, and was also the coordinator of the UNDP multilateral trade negotiations. Shri Puriji joined the BJP in 2014, expressing his admiration for the party's stand on national security. Post-May 2019 elections, Shri Puriji was made the Minister of Civil Aviation and Housing and Urban Affairs. Now, at a time when aviation and realty sectors are going through a critical phase, the former bureaucrat has been vocal about letting market forces prevail. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick look. May I now invite Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji to please join me on stage, and I request Mr. Indranil Roy to please join me as we'd first like to present a token of our gratitude to Shri Puri ji. Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a warm round of applause. So once again, on behalf of all of us in the room, thank you so much for joining us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me start by thanking Outlook Business, IDFC Bank, and all of you here this afternoon for providing me an opportunity to share some of my views. In the interest of full disclosure, I started my professional life in Mumbai when I joined the private sector in the year 1973. I left it within a few months to take up a teaching job in Delhi University and then joined the Indian Foreign Service, where I served 39 years. Since this session is all about the economy, I should also place on record that I've been 2 years plus, 2 years, 3 months, Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs. And for the last 4 or 5 months, I've also been Minister for Civil Aviation and Commerce and Industry. So all three portfolios, directly and indirectly, deal with issues with which you all are preoccupied. Since the time available to me is not unlimited, I just want to pick on a few issues that I think are relevant in understanding the current economic situation, and also to see how we are to navigate the way forward. And I'm particularly fortunate that the head of the IDFC Bank set the tone and provided a perspective. I'm broadly in agreement with his conclusions, but since I'm not a banker, I view the process from the point of view of a former diplomat and now somebody who's in public life. I think he got the timing almost right. The genesis of what we are dealing with today started with what was then termed as the world economic and global economic and financial crisis. This hit the stage, the global stage, if I remember correctly, sometime in 2008. That was a time when the finance ministers of the G20, as it became later, were meeting in Sao Paulo in Brazil to grapple with a new situation which they did not fully comprehend. And that situation arose from the real estate sector in the United States, and particularly one small segment, the subprime lending sector. What happened is that whether you wanted a loan to buy a property, there were bankers, given the liquidity that was available, or other people in that industry who were chasing people to provide that money. And that bubble ultimately affected not only the United States, and you have a long list of those whose obituaries were written, financial institutions, but then I think it affected Europe, it affected large parts of Asia, and we remained unaffected, largely on account of the fact that we were not sufficiently integrated in the global market. I want to view this proposition slightly differently. As a student of global economic development, having served in different parts of the world, some of which were named by the young lady who was introducing me, I have never come across a situation where economies, individual economies or groups of economies or the global system grow in perpetuity for all times to come. The way I look at it, the last 11 years we have seen expansive growth. By and large, I think our friend from the IDFC Bank gave you the figures. So if you expect that there is to be a growth without course correction, or a growth which is immune from what's happening in the global scenario, I think that's wishful thinking. So compared to where we started and where we are going, I think we haven't done too badly. And for instance, what are the hard facts today? As Minister for Urban Affairs, I deal with public transport. Today in India, we have a metro network which is close to, I think, about 687 kilometers. It is world class. In Delhi alone, we have about 370, 380 kilometers of metro. It is a first-class asset. It compares with the best metro systems in the world. It is also affordable. We have another 900 kilometers of metro under construction. Why am I providing this fact to you? Because when I became Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs on 3rd September 2017, metro fares in India had not risen for 9 years, for a variety of reasons. 6 months earlier, or rather a few months even before that, a fare fixation committee decided that the metro fares needed to be raised because you had borrowed money to construct this world-class asset, and that loan had to be repaid. So the fare fixation committee decided that the metro fares would go up, but in two segments, because they hadn't been raised for 9 years. So instead of doing it in one go, so the first raise came in May 2017. I became minister in September. So we have a populist government in Delhi, which believes in providing free bus rides, free electricity, free everything. I hope you have saved that prospect in Mumbai. But I am coming to a simple thing. When the second installment had to take place in October, there was a hue and cry. Well, uneducated minister, he's been a civil servant, he doesn't know how it runs, you must stop this fare hike. And I had a very simple answer. This is a statutory body presided over by a judge of the Delhi High Court, retired judge, and there's nothing that the Chief Minister of Delhi or the Union Minister can do in terms of fare fixation. Because if you were to make the Chief Minister of a state in charge of fare fixation, or a Union Minister, fares would never go up. Because a politician typically will pander to populist pressures and make everything free. So luckily it's been insulated from that madness. Anyway, to cut a long story short, there was a lot of hue and cry. The ridership on Delhi Metro in September of 2017, when this second phase of the hike was to take place, was 2.4 million or 24 lakhs. Do you know what the rider? And then we were told metro has been destroyed, it's going empty, pollution levels are going up because people can't afford to go by the metro. Do you know what the ridership on metro today is in Delhi? It was 2.4 million then. Sometimes it's 6.5 million. Or even on the lower rates, it's 60 lakhs a day. I'm making a very basic point. When you talk about the slowdown in the automobile industry, I'm not sure that there is a slowdown in the automobile industry. I'm coming to that because many of you know more about the automobile industry. I read a very interesting piece this morning when they said, bring the cost of ownership down. Yeah, cost of ownership you can bring down. But whenever you increase the public transport availability and you provide last mile connectivity, as in New York, I lived many years in New York, nobody takes out his personal car in New York. You take public transport, Uber, Uber, Ola. So I'm just making a simple proposition. If the automobile industry figures are down 1% or 1.6%, put that on one side. On the other side, you take metro ridership, which has gone up from 2.4 million to 6 million or 6.5. Also, in that same graph, you put the rise in this so-called radio cab system, Ola and Uber. And please tell me after that, if that is a structural slowdown or what it is, let's try and analyze it. And the auto industry people themselves are divided on what it is. I don't want to go into where the Sensex is going, etc. But I'm trying to understand the phenomena. Our friend from the IDFC Bank spoke about the construction sector. I know a little bit about it because I deal with it 24 hours in a day. What was the problem in the construction sector? First of all, the sector is important, make no mistake. After agriculture, it is the second largest sector. It provides very high percentage of the GDP. It is the second largest employer after the agriculture sector. But what was the situation in terms of urban housing? Since we are in a group of mature adults, I think it's good to acknowledge what the reality was. The reality was that we had a very strong parallel economy where the proceeds of under-invoicing and over-invoicing found themselves into gunny bags. And people, rather than keep those gunny bags full of cash at home, would find out through their contacts as to who a builder or a supplier or a promoter is. They would take those gunny bags to that person and say, "Agli baar jab aap project karenge, 2 flat hamare naam bhi kar dijiye." I don't think the builder or promoter ever counted the cash in the bag. There were some very good builders, some very good promoters, some very good projects which got built, but a lot of people saw a lot of money available and they said, let's make merry. They utilized those funds in order to invest in land banks. So what happened is a lot of money went into land banks and price of land started falling, and a host of things started. And there was a huge mismatch between what was required. Some very genuine people got affected. People who had put their entire life savings into that sector. They borrowed from banks, projects could not be delivered. We are trying to deal with the aftermath of that situation. And let me tell you, that's where the good news is. That's where the government brought in the Real Estate Regulation Act, or RERA. When the act came into being, a lot of people said it's not good enough. They challenged it. But the people who challenged RERA were not the people who didn't think it was good enough. It was the people who challenged it were the people who were benefiting from that culture of impunity which prevailed, and they were happily distorting the system. So all the challenges the Supreme Court took and sent into the High Court of Mumbai. I had just become a minister and people told me, what happens if RERA is struck down? I said, I'll bet my bottom dollar, if I had one, that the judiciary will uphold RERA because it is so obvious. Anyway, RERA has come into being. It has started the process of ensuring good governance through greater transparency and accountability. It regulates and promotes the real estate sector. It protects the interest of consumers. It brings a smooth flow of information between the promoter and the purchaser. It brings uniformity, professionalism, accountability and standardization in business transactions and practices in this sector. It establishes a mechanism for fast-track dispute resolution and ensures a fair play and infuses transparency and reducing frauds. I want to place on record, whilst I'm speaking in Mumbai, that Maharera or Maharashtra RERA in particular, headed by my friend Gautam Chatterjee, has been particularly successful. There are other states which have done well also. Now, we are in a situation where we have taken many other steps, and I'll just run through them because this gives me an opportunity to bring home to some of you who may not be familiar with this. We introduced an amendment to the Benami Transactions Prohibition Act 2016. We introduced a system of online building permissions where we have jumped. We used to be 181 position. You know, the world has, in the UN, 193 countries. We were listed at 181 in 2017. We jumped to 52nd position in 2018, and in 2019, we are down to 27th position. I take great pride in this because this was done by me personally. The idea is that if you are asking for permission, do it online. You don't have to face somebody who will get you into a discussion which is irrelevant or not relevant to the project, and it's working. And I also read a report and a comment somewhere that at this current rate, there are only 5 or 6 countries in the world which are better than us in that. So it's been a very good story. With this online business permission was introduced in Delhi and Mumbai in April 2016. Then I took it to our 500 Amrut cities where we had 440 cities and all 13 states and UTs. And it's going to be implemented in all cities in India by December 2019. My friend from the IDFC Bank, and he will forgive me if I'm referring to his this thing, but he's laid out a perspective and I'm picking on pieces. He spoke about the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Those of you who live in Mumbai and live in, where God has been kind to you and live in apartments which are valued in crores rather than in lakhs, let me tell you there is another part to India, and a part which I deal with. The Prime Minister decided, after he was first elected in May 2014, he decided that by the year 2022, when India will celebrate its 75th anniversary as an independent nation, every Indian, no matter where he or she lives, will have a house which he or she can call their own. It should be a pakka dwelling with a kitchen, a shauchalaya or a toilet. It should be built to green standards. So the ministry did a survey, an assessment survey. How many homes would you need to build in order to make sure that every Indian has a home by the year 2022? He didn't stop there. He said the title of the home will be in the name of the lady of the house, a major step for gender empowerment. Why did the Prime Minister take that step? For a very simple reason. Anyone who knows our social structure knows that in the case of marital discord or any other problem, it is the lady of the house who will be shortchanged. So, and if you give the title to the lady, it may alter the balance, and believe me, it's working. And because, not only because feminist groups have welcomed it, but I'm saying in practice, all states are enthusiastically implementing it. If not in the name of the lady of the house, the lady has to be at least co-jointly holding the title. So the assessment which was done is that you needed to construct 1 crore or 10 million homes by the year 2022. We have what is called a committee to monitor and sanction projects. That committee in my ministry is headed by the secretary in the ministry. We are implementing the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, or affordable housing scheme, through 4 verticals. And I just spent 30 seconds on each vertical. The first is the in-situ slum rehabilitation, where large informal settlements, I prefer to call them informal settlements rather than slums, come up in the heart of cities. Why? Because poor people come there from rural areas, from other cities looking for work. They find the work there and invariably set up informal settlements or what you call slum-like condition. So there is that vertical. The second one is what is called a credit-linked subsidy scheme, which is an interest subvention. So you're a young, upwardly mobile professional, you want to buy an apartment, your first apartment, husband and wife are earning, you go to a bank, and my friend from IDFC Bank or somebody will typically charge you 12% or 13%, whatever the rate at that point of time is. If you avail of a facility here, the government, under this vertical, will give you 3% upfront as a payment. So that brings the cost of borrowing down. The third one is beneficiary-led development. This happens in places like Goa. You have a traditional family home. You've not had an opportunity to, to refurbish, or not refurbish is an internal, but, to do up the repairs and so on. The government will give you a small amount of money upfront to spend. And the fourth most important is affordable housing in partnership, where the government will provide land, and which typically is always 40-50% of the cost of an apartment. Then the state government and the central government will give you some money, 1.5 lakhs each. And this scheme is, all these 4 verticals are doing exceptionally well. Well, let me give you the good news. We were supposed to sanction 10 million by 2022. We have a meeting which takes place every month. In September, if not October, because we are now in November, maybe October figure, we had already sanctioned out of 10 million, 9.3 million out of 10 million, already done. And once you sanction it, the grounding takes place straight away. When the grounding takes place, it's in a question of 18 months with the technology. We've already grounded about 6 million, about 3.2 million have already been handed over. The point I'm making is, well before 2022, 2 years at least in advance, all 10 million will be not only handed over, completed and handed over. And this is a section where there used to be a lot of problem. Now, when we started implementing the scheme, a lot of people turned around and said that this cannot be done from budgetary resources. It fell on me when I became a minister to realize that. Because the budgetary allocation from the finance ministry invariably was 6,000, 8,000 crores. You don't construct 1 crore houses with 6,000, 8,000. So one of the first things I did was to go to my boss and tell him that this is a huge flagship programs. It requires a new solution. And we were very lucky that extra budgetary resources of 60,000 crores were approved by the cabinet in February 2018. And in the last year, 1920, this one, 20,000 crores has been budgeted for. So it's when we were able to access this kind of funds through EBR that we were able to implement the scheme. Other things which have been done, I'll conclude that, then I want to make some comments on housing, real estate, and go into civil aviation. We provided infrastructure status to affordable housing in the harmonized list of infrastructure in March 2017. The cap on affordable housing units eligible for priority sector lending was also raised. We eased the FDI norms for real estate and brought 100% FDI under automatic route in construction projects, which includes townships, residential, commercial premises, roads and bridges, educational institutes, recreational facilities, etc. Fiscal and financial measures, GST for under construction affordable housing projects was reduced from 8% to 1%, with no input tax credit. And for other housing projects, it was brought down from 12% to 5%. In the interim budget for 2019 and 20, which was presented on 1st February this year, we did several other measures, including benefits under Section 81BA of the Income Tax Act, The TDS threshold on rental income was raised from 1.8 lakhs to 2.4 lakhs. And I have a series of steps which were taken, including most recently, when a stress fund of 25,000 crores was set up for completing projects which are in that limbo area. Corporate tax rates were slashed to 22% for domestic companies and 15% for new domestic manufacturing companies. We have set up, as I mentioned, an alternate investment fund, etc. If you ask Credai or Noretco, which I deal with on a daily basis, I would say that almost everything that they have asked for, we have responded to positively. Before I came here, one of the sponsors of the event suggested something else to provide a ready solution for, those housing projects which don't come under the affordable housing others. And my immediate response was, send me a proposal, and if it's workable. In other words, you have a government which is committed to addressing the challenges, the stress points in this sector, and I have absolutely no doubt that it's not the gloom picture which is being made out to be. I read a report yesterday that cement and steel prices are picking up. Now, if you look at the history of this period, the slowdown or the so-called imaginary slowdown started when cement and steel prices started showing adverse trend. So I don't know how many quarters it's going to take. Nobody has a magical wand, but if you look at the inventories are coming down. There are other positive signs in the marketplace. The narrative, I suspect, in the housing sector, certainly where I live in Delhi, is being largely shaped by 3 large projects in the National Capital Region. These are 3 large projects which are either before the NCLT or the Supreme Court is directing them. And I think there also the good news is that under the court's direction, we are getting a way forward. Why does this take place? This kind of a problem? Is it man-made? Is it structural? I must submit to you with all humility that this is a crisis created by the stakeholders. And it's a crisis which could have been avoided if we had a regulator in the sector initially, if we had some discipline. Most countries in the world, people have money, borrow money from a bank and go and get a ready-made project. But because promoters and builders did not have access to finance, they resorted to this, and some practices which are not healthy came into being. And when demonetization came and GST came, as my friend from the IDFC said, he didn't use these words, but I'm going to use them. There was blood on the floor, but we are mopping it up now. And the good news is that this sector, like this sector in other countries, if you look at what we are doing in Delhi, we are going to confer ownership rights to 40 lakh people who live in unauthorized colonies. We are building the entire central vista in Delhi. Rashtrapati Bhavan, North and South Block and Parliament will remain intact. All the other buildings which should never have been built in the first place, but which are not energy efficient, which don't conform to modern energy efficiency standards, etc., will be rebuilt. So construction in most countries in the world is a great critical driver of growth, and believe me, that's the situation in India. And if you guys are in that sector, I think you're looking at a win-win in a shorter than period of time than you imagine. I don't think it is. I was very impressed with the figures that my friend from the banking industry gave, because much of that, what we perceived to be growth, was the easy liquidity which was available. And instead of using that easy liquidity properly, we went and splurged. We didn't do it here. It happened in the United States. That's how the global financial and economic crisis also set up. I want to go away from a minute from construction to civil aviation. Again, the narrative, I think, when you have bad news, the narrative gets exemplified. When you have good news, people are a little more sober. Let me start by giving you first the negative news and then show you how quickly we have recovered. A major Indian airline, Jet Airways, went, or rather ceased operations. I want to use my words very carefully because the matter is still before the appropriate authorities. When Jet Airways ceased operations, we had something like 570 or 80 aircraft, civil aviation aircraft in the skies operating. My own view, and I maybe should not be talking like this, I think Jet Airways could have been saved. But Jet Airways could have been saved provided one of the promoters was willing to have it saved. Again, I became minister a few months later. I think Jet Airways ceased operation in April of 2019. Well, let me fast forward, as they say. Today, we have 690 aircraft flying, as against the 580 when Jet said. Nobody talks about Jet Airways, this thing. But when I become civil aviation minister in September, everybody said civil aviation is going. What is the problem in civil aviation? First, let me give you the good news. We are looking at 690 aircraft today. One of our airlines has just ordered 300 aircraft. 300 is probably one of the largest aircraft orders placed ever. I think we are looking at something like 2,000 civil aviation aircraft, Indian, in the skies before long. When I joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1974, and I went on my first posting to Tokyo in 1975, Delhi airport used to be called Palam International. It's called Indira Gandhi International Airport today. It used to handle annually 1.9 million passengers. Today, ladies and gentlemen, Indira Gandhi Airport in Delhi handles 70 million people, passengers in a year, from 1.9 to 70 million. The airport operator tells me that he is taking it up to 110 million with a fourth runway coming in. My own view is that if 70 could become 80, you have capacity constraints. We are building another airport in Jeevar for which the bids have already come. When Jeevar is operational in 3 or 4 years from now, and there are 4 very good bids, I'm told, Delhi, Indira Gandhi International Airport and Jeevar Airport together will handle more than 140 million, which is the largest conglomerate of Heathrow, Gatwick and Stansted. Today we have 100 airports. In 2 years' time, we will have 200 airports. 35 of them are dealing with international traffic. We'll have 200 airports with 70 of them dealing with international. With just a 7% penetration, which means out of 100 Indians, only 7 fly. But when you transit from being a $2.89 trillion economy to a $5 trillion economy, the penetration rate will go up in a massive manner. Before coming here, I was asking my joint secretary who deals with UDAN, or which is the regional connectivity scheme. And she was telling me that they've just done the bidding for the 4th round. We've already added something like 25 lakh passengers. This will go up. My view is that out of the 340 million or so passenger throughput that we are talking about, we are looking in the short 3 to 5 year period of 1 billion passengers. And civil aviation, along with construction, will be the critical drivers of economic growth in India. Now, one concluding comment I want to make. This is a reality. When I got up in Parliament to talk about one of these developments, some honourable members, this is why Parliament is such an exciting place, try to heckle me, oh no, you got your business model wrong. I said, wait a minute. It's not that I got my business model wrong or Indian air carriers got their business model wrong. This is a global phenomenon. The guys who make the engines, okay, whoever makes the engines, Rolls-Royce, Pratt & Whitney, General Electric, an engine is about 40% plus of the aircraft value. They laugh their way to the bank, even when their engines have faults and they're correcting them, but we put that aside. The guys who manufacture aeroplanes like Boeing and Airbus, they're always laughing their way to the bank. The guys who run the airports, and I forgot to give you the favors of Mumbai. Mumbai airport today handles more than 50 million passengers, and with this another airport, Navi Mumbai, coming up, it's going to be, again, we are looking at an 80 million or plus this thing. So 140 million here, 80 million here, you're looking at a replacement of the hubs which have come up around India to be within India. And if I can do that in Hyderabad and Bangalore also, it's going to be a completely new ball game. And incidentally, when airports come up, construction activity also shoots up. You know, the guys who run the airports make money. The tourist industry, Ola, Uber, hotels all make money. You know who loses money? Only the the airlines themselves. They're not an Indian phenomena. When I was questioned in Parliament, I said, look, I can give you a long list of American carriers, flagship carriers, Pan American, TWA, and if anybody's got a little recollection, Northwest, Southwest. Why does this happen? There's something in the business model. My daughter told me 25 years ago, she's in the financial industry, she said, the airlines will always have a problem because of the business model. Why? It's a high capital intensive industry. We are not able to handle, I'm trying to sort it out, handle jet aviation fuel, how do you price it? Frankly, you need to price jet aviation. But there's another problem. When you have a successful sector, the competition which you require to keep prices stable sometimes acts in a counterproductive way. Let me explain what I'm saying. Do you know what the fare on the trunk sector Mumbai, Delhi was 20 years ago? 5,100 rupees. Do you know what it is today, 20 years later? It is 4,600 rupees. How is that possible? It is possible only because these low-cost carriers are competing against each other and dumbing the thing down. So we have to now also start worrying about ensuring that our airlines or the airline operators, they are kept viable. Now, there is a dilemma here. As a person in, who has something to do with governance, we should be wanting airlines travel to be made more affordable. But there is a way of doing it. When I was a young language officer in Tokyo, my first posting, my favorite example is I once asked a Japanese watch manufacturer, I said, how will you compete against the Swiss? Because they've got, hundreds of years of watchmaking skills and marketing skills at their disposal. He told me something very interesting. He said, we took a map of the world. There were 3 major suppliers at that point of time. He said, we divided the world into 3 zones, A, B, and C. Since Seiko was the senior partner, we told him, you decide which one you want. This is hypothetical. He decided he wanted Western Europe and the United States, which was the big market. So Seiko took that. Out of the remaining 2, Orient and Citizen, the other 2 took. So they organized themselves. I have absolutely no doubt if our 4 low-cost carriers sit down together, there's enough money with the growth which is going to be made for all 4 to be successful. But on the other hand, if they compete against each other, then there will be, it's like countries trying to provide incentives on attracting foreign direct investment and outdo each other in a counterproductive way. Look, I am optimistic to the point of being bullish about the Indian economy. So when people come and tell me, ye ho gaya, wo ho gaya, I was very happy that our friend from the IDFC showed where have we come and where are we going. We are, with all the problems that come our way, why am I optimistic? One, I think much of this has something to do with a global environment. Now, that's no excuse. If the global environment is positive, if oil prices are very low, you take advantage. If the global environment becomes less than conducive, you adjust to it. There are both individual gainers and losers in that game, but I am confident because of 2 reasons. One, the Indian entrepreneurial spirit has not been, it's not. Some flight of capital takes place, some people look at short-term games, want to relocate, etc. But for every story like that, I've got 10 success stories. A friend from the IDFC provided, I came across a story the other day where, and this is my sector because I deal with public transport, 2 youngsters got together, looked at a gap which existed in the urban transport. They said, if you have a metro line coming up to here, you need last mile connectivity. With something like 25 crores, they started a business and they're laughing their way to the bank. In a few years' time, they're 2,500 crores. So there is going to be always all these things happening. When do we start seeing the turnaround, etc.? I'm not a soothsayer, but all I can tell you is, if you look at all the positive signs, green shoots, recovery, etc., it's not something that I would worry about. What I would agonize about more intently is let us get an understanding of the causation right. Because once you understand why a thing is taking place, you can correct it. And I think you have in Mr. Modi's government, a government which has gone from the corporate tax rate being the highest in the world to the lowest in the world. So when somebody tells me, well, look, this is the strain, my response then is always, well, give me a solution which is doable in terms of not putting a strain on something else in the economy. So thank you very much for sparing the time. And as I said, I started my professional life in Mumbai, and it's always good to be back here in the city which is both vibrant and which is and will always be the commercial capital of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shri Puriji, sir. I'm going to request you to please stay with me on stage, sir. Shri Puriji, I request you to please stay with me on stage. And I'd request you to do the honors for a very special initiative undertaken by Shriram Transport Finance Company and Outlook Business. May I please call upon Mr. Umesh Revankar, Managing Director and CEO of Shriram Transport Finance Company, and Ms. Vidya Menon, Publisher, Outlook Business, to please join us on stage to do the honors, along with Shri Puriji. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Truck Tales it is, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together for this grand launch. And thank you so much, sir, for being with us, gracing us this evening, and for some very encouraging insights, I must say. Thank you, Shri Puriji. Ms. Menon, thank you very much. And Mr. Revankar, I'm going to request you to please stay with us on stage. And to share your thoughts with us.
Honorable Union Minister, for unveiling our coffee table book. This book is basically a travels of truckers across the country. I should really thank Outlook Business for taking this initiative. It has come out very nicely, and it's a very true story. The journalists have traveled on the vehicle, captured the photograph, captured the story, and I read each one of the story, and it has come out so naturally good. I feel very happy because they are my customers. I said the word travels because many times the story is not really positive, strong, but they undergo difficult times, and also they undergo a difficult journey. But at the end, they become successful. The theme of today's event is on slowdown. But I feel personally, whenever there is slowdown, there is an opportunity. There are two kinds of opportunity for any business entity. One is to look at their business practices, processes, readjust, resize the organization. The second opportunity is to look at their customers. The first one is because many times in a rush of the event, we keep on growing. We don't really look at some of the pitfalls and some of the oversizing or probably discomfort, or not even looking at the comfort of the staff in doing the business. And thereby you go on in a motion.
And second one is the customers. Many times we are always hungry to onboard new customers, but don't look at your existing customer. For the companies, manufacturing companies, probably it is just selling. But for the services industry like us, financial services, it is ability to service the customer, maintain the customer, and build on the customer. That's more important. So I looked at this opportunity from our company, how to build on my existing customer and build better processes. Few things which we did. From last October onwards, there has been some slowdown. And when I say slowdown, the transactions are lower, new vehicle sales are lower. That's quite visible, numbers are in front of you. But in these circumstances, how to make the customer's life more comfortable? First thing we did is, we thought, what is the requirement of a customer? First, let us meet. We found that the fuel is biggest challenge because fuel price is going up and 50% of the customer's operational cost is fuel. So I thought it is better to find a way to give a credit to my customer, fuel credit. So we tied up with HPCL first, then BPCL. Now my customer can go anywhere in any petrol pump of HPCL and BPCL. He can get a fuel credit on mobile. Just OTP to be generated, he gets a credit on his for getting fueling, and he can go on. He need not wait for the cash to be collected, because every time he gets a load, he has to wait for the cash before starting the journey. Today, he can start the journey immediately without waiting. And also, whatever the discounting that comes, when somebody is giving cash to him, his bill gets discounted heavily. He need not discount. Second thing what we did is, we found that what he needs is good tires all the time. He needs to change the tire at the right time so that his vehicle doesn't stop. So we tied up with MRF and other leading tire manufacturers so that he gets a tire credit from any of the tire dealer so that he need not stop for the sake of a good tire and go for long distance. So these are all the simple things which we started doing, and that has really helped us, not only increasing the business volume, but also maintaining the customer, retaining the customer, and making the customer feel good. And we feel that going forward, we use these kind of opportunities to look back at our businesses, look at our customers, and make the customer feel proud to be part of the Shriram. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Revankar. Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick reminder that Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, Minister for Road Transport and Highways of India and Shipping, Ministry of Question for the Honorable Minister. We request you to tweet it using hashtag LeadingEdge2019 and also tag Outlook Business. With that, it's time to kick off our first power panel of the day that will discuss a very relevant topic, but with a twist. Never waste a slowdown. Let me first invite on stage a Tata veteran for decades who doesn't believe in Superman CEOs, but he does have faith in the art of leadership, which according to him cannot be taught or learned. You're either born a good leader or you aren't. He's been instrumental in shaping decisions at several Tata Group companies such as Tisco or Tata Steel, Voltas, Tata Sky and TCS, each a leader in its space today. And even though he was always the finance guy, it really never stopped him from managing people or negotiating deals. Please put your hands together as I invite on stage former director, Tata Sons, Mr. Ishaq Hussain. Thank you for joining us, sir. A gentleman who completed his BTech in Mechanical Engineering from IIT Kanpur and PhD from Cornell University, USA, and went on to work with General Motors Research and Development Center in Detroit from 1979 to 1993. Thereafter, he was appointed as General Manager in Mahindra, and during his R&D tenure, he led the development of the Scorpio, which is India's first indigenously built SUV. Today, as the Managing Director of M&M, he is steering the fortunes of one of India's biggest automobiles company. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Pavan Goenka, Managing Director, Mahindra and Mahindra. He was the chairman and CEO of PepsiCo India Holdings, a subsidiary of PepsiCo Inc., prior to his appointment at the Aditya Birla Group. He has also served as the head of business across the Middle East, African region, and India at Nokia Corporation. An engineer from IIT Madras, he also holds an MBA from IIM Calcutta, a firm believer in never waste a crisis. Let's welcome on stage Mr. D. Shivakumar, Group Executive President, Corporate Strategy and Business, Aditya Birla Group. Welcome to the stage, sir. Technology runs in his blood. And that's not surprising, given that he is a Bachelor of Engineering in Electronics and Communications. As a business leader, he comes with a rich experience and expertise in driving transformation across the IT and telecom sectors, both in India and overseas. As Managing Director and Regional General Manager, he drives IBM's sales, marketing, services and delivery operations across India and South Asia. That he loves technology is clearly evident in his role as an active angel investor. Let's welcome Mr. Karan Bajwa, Managing Director, IBM India, on stage. Welcome to the stage, sir. And moderating this session, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Editor Outlook Business, Ms. N. Mahalakshmi. Over to you, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute delight to put together this event every year. This is the 4th year. And this year I'm particularly excited, despite the fact that it has been a fairly somber year. All of us have been just reporting about the slowdown, this company going down, sales going down 40%, all of this negative news. And the campaign for this year actually came through when I came across an article in the Huffington Post some months ago. It was actually an article written in 2011, which obviously I missed, and after several years, I found it now, but extremely relevant. And it really opened my eyes to what actually became the campaign for this year, Never Waste a Slowdown. And that's what we're going to discuss in this panel. And it had very interesting statistic. The article said since 1790 to 2010, roughly 220 years, in United States, there were an estimated 47 recessions. Of course, many of you may not take these numbers very seriously because we know most of these numbers are not absolutely accurate, but it still gives you a reasonably good picture. So in these 220 years, there were 47 recessions in the United States. The definition of a recession is 2 or 3 quarters of consecutive decline in economic activity. That means you have a recession every 4.5 years, or on average you have seen about a recession in every 4.5 years over the past 220 years. And yet, some of the most iconic companies, right from Procter & Gamble to IBM, Walt Disney, many of them were really born in recession years. And then there was also a Kaufman Foundation sponsored research in 2009, which said that more than 50% of the companies in the Fortune 500 list of 2009 were actually born in recession years. So the whole lot of examples, General Electric in 1890, when the economy was gripped, US economy was gripped by a UK panic. IBM in 1896, US was in recession. General Motors in 1908. Disney in 1923, it was founded, but it really was came into prominence only in 1929 when it was the Great Depression period. Apple was founded in 1975, but the way we know Apple, the starting point was really 2001 when they launched the iPod, just 1 year after the dot-com boom. By now, I think everybody is fed up. What is this statistic? This reeks of selection bias because this woman is just looking at survivors and saying 50% of the survivors were born in recession years. But let me tell you, I thought about this. Usually the media is really damned for looking at the spreading negativity, looking at the glass half empty, reporting only on the negative side and all of that. So this is our redemption time. We are looking at things positively, looking at the glass half full. But on a more serious note, if we were to just say that this world is 1-0 and in a very bad recession you either die or if you are a survivor, you do come out stronger and healthier. And the discussion that we are going to steer today is, if we were to belong to the later, and I presume that all of us in this room would want to belong to the later, how do we really think about this and how do we really go about dealing with slowdown? So we have a really lovely panel, right from somebody who has been there, done that, to CEOs who are actually driving on the driver's seat and doing this right now. So let me start with Ishad Saab. You have seen companies go through existential crisis more than once. So how do we really go about getting out of a shithole if companies were not really prepared to deal with a slowdown and you are caught in a slowdown?
So I think what we have seen today, what Vaidi said and what the minister also said, you shouldn't be caught with your pants down, so to say, when the recession hits you. Pardon the use of the phrase, but I couldn't think of any better way of expressing myself. You have to, management is all about managing risk. And you have to be very clear about the system that we work. The way it works is that it moves in cycles. You'll have ups and you'll have downs. As the minister himself said, no economy grows at 8%, for 100 years. You will have ups and you'll have downs. So the starting point, in my view, is that every management must have a plan B ready all the time for a recession, for a slowdown. How deep it will be, whether it will be a recession or not, if we want to get technical, that's another matter. But most managements today, and this, the quality of management, the learning of management is now of a very high order. I think most managements are prepared for things to slow down or to change. The pace will change. Of course, you can never forecast what the depth of it will be. For example, my old company, Tata Motors, is today seeing a drop of 50% in its heavy commercial vehicles. Now, no matter what analysis you do, I don't think you were ready for that. But having said that, they do have plans in action, and those plans are being put into action. The key, in my opinion, is that you must constantly innovate. And you gave a whole string of industries which came up or changed. Innovation, you've got to continuously keep your innovation engines going. And from Sriram, you told us how you innovated to how you treat your truck drivers differently. I think that is the way to go forward. And it's, you don't have to think of big bang things. You've got to think of many, many small things. So I think Pavan is in the midst of it, I sincerely believe that there is a crisis today in the auto industry. I'm still associated with some suppliers to the auto industry. They're working 2 days a week, 3 days a week. So we can't really wish it away that there isn't a problem. There is a problem. And I think if I may ask Pavan to address that, he's better equipped to do so.
So are you thinking big or thinking small?
So thank you first for saying that there is a slowdown in auto industry, because based on what the minister had said, I was wondering whether there is a slowdown or not. Let me start off by saying that there's a famous sort of phrase that crisis is a terrible thing to waste. And I truly believe in that. And in my sort of management career, this is the 4th slowdown that I'm looking at. And each slowdown is a learning experience and something that you do which holds you in sort of good state for next 5-6 years till the next slowdown. I had recently spoken in an industry conference on this subject, and I had given 10 sort of points of what to do and not to do. Since this is a panel discussion and I have a few minutes, I'll only talk about 3 things that I believe are most important. The most important thing to me is that in a slowdown, we should never mortgage the future. And that's very tempting in cost-cutting drive to put on hold long-term programs. In auto industry, the investment cycle is 3 to 4 years. And the slowdown cycle these days is 5 to 6 years. So if every slowdown you stop investment for product, then you will never have products for future. So that's one very important thing of not mortgaging the future when you're trying to fix and take care of present. The second one is that you need to make systematic changes in your processes, in the way you do business, so that when the good times come, and they always do, you are ready to sprint. You have to come out of a slowdown much fitter, much leaner for the future. And it's always the case that when there is good time for 4 or 5 years, no matter how well you manage your company, some fat is going to accumulate on your body. And slowdown is the time to go to the gym and get rid of that sort of fat and become lean again, ready for the next 5 or 6 years. And the third one I would say is that in a slowdown, if you have a good balance sheet, then there are always opportunities for inorganic growth that you normally will not get in good times. So in a slowdown, it's always good to go into it with a healthy balance sheet and then look for opportunities that you will have both locally and internationally for getting into businesses, expanding the line that you are in, or even looking at some new things. A lot has been talked about what to do, and perhaps one of the most important thing in what to do, beyond my 3 points, is to keep the employee morale high. In a slowdown, there's always apprehension, there's always a concern on what will happen to my job, where will I go, and you need to communicate, and ensure that employees are happy, or not, I shouldn't say happy, employees are not concerned about themselves. And second, if you are the big brother like auto OEMs normally are, you have to ensure that you don't pass on your woes to your dealers and your suppliers on both sides, because their ability to manage a slowdown is less than an OEM's ability, and therefore you need to support them, just like what he had mentioned just now. You need to support them rather than pass on your sort of difficulties to them.
Pavan, does that really happen? Because the proof of the fact that it doesn't happen really lies in the fact that it is most of the large companies, even when their sales gets affected, they are able to protect their margins. So how else protect their margins? So the only and the biggest way that you start maintaining margins is by squeezing the suppliers.
So this is the point that I'm making about who will do well in the long run and who will do well only for a short time. You have to live in this ecosystem, right? I recited a doha from Rahim in this conference, that Rahiman vipda hu bhali, jo thode din hoye, hit anhit ya jagat mein jaan pade sab koye. I don't know if everybody understood what that meant, but this is when you understand who is your fair weather friend and who is your true friend when there's a slowdown. Therefore, suppliers and dealers will remember how the OEMs treated them when times were tough. And if you treat them well, in a reversal of situation, they will take care of you and they will help you. So I think this is not something that you build over one slowdown or over 6 months or 3 months. This has to be built as a culture in the organization, that how do you treat your suppliers? It's just not about slowdown. And how do you treat your dealers? Now, like you said, it's very easy for an OEM because we have perhaps more arm twisting ability to push inventory to the dealers and say, I'm doing well, or squeeze the suppliers and again take away. But that won't help you, because the suppliers will go out of business before you will go out of business. And if even a small supplier goes out of business, my plant stops. Therefore, to protect the suppliers is extremely important. Same thing with dealers. Dealers are your captive businessmen in almost all cases. And if I dump inventory on them, they increase their working capital, then many of the dealers will go bankrupt, as is happening today. Many dealers are going bankrupt because they're not able to manage working capital.
Right.
Therefore, any OEMs who does not take care of this is taking care of the short term, but not the long term. And that's what I mean when I said don't mortgage the future. Because there are things that you can do which look very good and right for the short term, but they'll always compromise with the long term. And well-managed companies will always ensure that you don't mortgage the future.
Sure. Karan, from your point of view, it's a lot less about suppliers and all of that. It's more internal to the company. How do you innovate and remain relevant? So how do you look at a slowdown?
So let me just actually step back and give you a sense of how we are seeing this from a technology industry standpoint.
And also any learnings from IBM, because IBM itself is an iconic example of a company that has faced severe crisis, come back, not to say that it has remained, and it has continued to face challenges. So any historic lessons from IBM, and of course, how you're studying now?
Sure. As Pawan said, the verdict is still out there on whether there is a slowdown or not, so let's see. But if I just look at our view from the last 2 years and what have we seen systemically across different sectors, and it's widespread. Typically we've seen one sector get impacted, but over the last 2 years, let's relay what's happened. The first thing that impacted us as a company was telecom. And it started 2 years ago with a new operator coming up. And given the fact that we had multi-year outsourcing relationships with the 3 largest telecom companies, Bharti, Vodafone, Idea, and we almost had the responsibility to support them in that transition and CHAP's journey, our multi-year contracts took a major hit. The only good news I see at the end of 2 years is that they're all still with us, in spite of the fact that there was a merger that happened. We still stay on. But it was bruising for everyone. Just as we were coming
As long as they're there, they'll be with you.
I wish them well, always. Just as we were coming to terms with what was happening in telecom, what happened in airline, at least 2 providers, Jet and Air India, we were the core IT providers, and one vanished, the other one's in a very tough spot. And in that industry, in hindsight, I think we over-leveraged, we over-invested. We should have taken some calls early enough, but you understand the importance of IT in these industries. 1 hour IT down, the network, the airline comes on its knees. It was very difficult. The elbow room of doing something was very different, but hindsight is always 20/20, as they say. And as we reconciled that Jet's going to go off and Air India is going to be for a long time in a tough situation, auto industry started happening. And you all know the data points on the auto industry, 12 sequential months, given the situation. The first thing that gets cut is non-essential spend and costs that you can avoid, something that you got to absolutely do, you focus on that. And while auto industry was coming around, the banking industry suddenly, and banking is more widespread, very emotional subject. And I'm not going to go into the debate of who's impacted, who's not, but even if one bank goes down, the cascading effect of that across multiple banks, but then more importantly across industries, is very, very broad. And these 4 to 5 sectors form the core of any enterprise technology company. So as we sit here and look at this, it's a very tough situation in that sense. What have we done? What have been our learnings? And you said it, IBM's gone through a multi-decade transformation journey. Many times over, we've kind of been seemingly hitting the wall, and we've emerged stronger as a very different company. And this time again, IBM's going through a transition on many levels. If I simply look at what we are today versus what we were 5 years ago, 50% of the company is absolutely new. 50% of the revenue did not exist 5 years ago. So we were going through a massive transformation on our own. And one of the challenges that you have as a company when you are transforming and you are in a good zone is that you don't embrace the transformation levers as much. So in a way, this tough situation over the last 2 years has also given us an opportunity to embrace our transformation much faster, bringing automation to clients, driving the cloud adoption in clients, having real AI conversations with clients. It has allowed us to accelerate our journey on those levers with our clients, which normally I would have felt if the going was good, we would have had a slower adoption of that. The second thing we've done is, traditionally, we've always focused on the top customers in India. And I call, the India customer pyramid is very interesting. It's almost got a New York on top. The top, 500, BSE 500 almost look like any developed country environment. And our focus had been those top companies. But we actually pushed ourselves and said, let's go to the middle of the pyramid. And a good data point, we used to acquire about 100 customers every year, new customers. We pushed ourselves and said, let's go multiply this one. And now we're on a pace of over 1,000 customers, 1,000 new customers. They're small, but we're getting new customers. That's a new muscle we built. We took a fundamental approach on our cost structures, which we would not have done in a good environment. We brought down our costs significantly. So some of those things I would say that allowed us to really use this opportunity, though it's very difficult to replace the size of revenue that got eroded or diminished. Yet this is allowing us to build a muscle across the organization that possibly we would not have done if there was an upward swing in that sense.
Sure. Shiv?
Yeah, so, thanks, Mahalakshmi. The first thing I'd say is, are we looking at reality? I think everybody is subjective. 90% of the countries of the world are seeing a slowdown in activity. That is the truth. Okay, some people accept it, some people don't. Now, if you take the world as 210 countries, you're talking about 180 countries seeing slower growth than before, number one. Number two, the global world output is up 3%, whereas global trade is up 1%. So for the first time, you're seeing what we call reverse globalization. Not happening. Okay, so that's a very distinct trend. What is different about this slowdown, or this, whatever you want to call it, economic activity, compared to 2008? There's a lot more social media this time. Social media didn't exist in 2008. So the chatter you see and the opinions you find are dramatically off the charts order right now. Everybody has an opinion whether there's a slowdown or not because of social media. In 2008, we accepted the verdict of central banks, governments, and economists. And that's where the debate ended, not today. Everybody with a Twitter account is an economist. Okay, so that's a big shift. Okay? So
also, there is diversity of opinion on social media. Not everybody accepts there is a slowdown. While in 2008 or earlier, you would have accepted that generally, yaar, dhanda kaise chal raha hai, nahi manda hai. So, it's just the business people who form the sentiment. Now, everybody on Twitter has a say.
Yeah, so let me give you a different definition of slowdown. Through my career, and I'll give you two examples, one now and the second one maybe when we come to the second round. See, how does slowdown affect a leader or a manager? First is, you're working in a company, your business is growing slower than competition. That's a slowdown. Your board and everybody holds you accountable for that. That is slowdown whether you like it or not. Second, you work in an industry, you have slowed down, the industry has slowed down. That's good because you can blame somebody else. Third is a situation when you work in an industry where you've slowed down, industry has slowed down, country has slowed down. That's the best situation. Because then nobody can, point a finger at you. Because everything is down. Okay, let me give you lessons from companies and how companies behave in slowdowns with two personal examples. First, I go to 1994. 1994, for those of you who remember, there was El Nino and coffee production in Brazil was badly impacted. Coffee prices doubled in India in 1994. Okay? I was the regional manager of South for Hindustan Lever. Coffee was one of my portfolios. And coffee sales collapsed. Absolutely collapsed. Okay, now here's the marketing department saying, nothing's gone, the sales guys are not doing their job, they are ineffective, now let's go pummel them. That's what they did. They kept blaming the sales guys. The poor sales guy is saying, I don't know, I'm going to the outlet, but I'm not able to sell. I'm just not able to do anything. Okay? After about 6 months, we recognized that sales were down by 30 to 40%. Consumption was down. Okay? Then we actually did an analysis and we found that for an average 700 square feet Tamil Nadu household, they were spending as much on rent as much on coffee. It was that severe, the coffee price increase. So in a slowdown, the first thing which happens in organizations, and most people won't accept it, but that's the truth, there are silos which are built in, and each silo tells the other silo why they are wrong. If you're a good leader, the first thing you must recognize is bring them all together and say, hey guys, I don't want this fight on the floor. I want a collective answer as to how we grow back. Next, one of the biggest realizations for me in that slowdown was consumers actually valued better quality. So we put a big program to improve quality of coffee, and that's what actually saved us. We introduced smaller packs into the market because consumers could not afford to buy a 50 rupee pack. They wanted a 10 rupee pack. Okay, so my learning from that first big slowdown of mine was that silos are real in organizations. Depending on whom it suits, they behave badly. And in a slowdown, the most important lesson for a CEO is unity. It doesn't matter if engineering has loused up, sales has loused up, somebody, unite them very quickly. Because the more division you have in the company, the less you will fight the slowdown. You'll fight yourselves. That's the big lesson that I learned in my first slowdown. Okay? And the second round, I'll give you my 2008 example.
Sure. So is that hard to drive consensus on what has gone wrong, what is creating this slump, and therefore, how you should go about making a decision?
Are you saying within the company?
Within the company, because I thought he's working in silos, and that's...
So let's
usually just in trying to understand what is causing the slowdown. Is this internal? Is it, between the departments, approach, industry, economy, whatever?
So consensus is on two sides. One is consensus on what is outside that is affecting the slowdown, and consensus on what is inside. So it's very easy to get a consensus on outside factors. Everybody will agree in the management meeting that yes, it is the interest rate, it is the sentiment, it is oil prices or whatever it might be, and that's not a big problem. Where the problem comes is the inside. As Sikumar said, that marketing would blame sales, and sales would blame the product, and product would blame quality, and so on and so forth. Sometimes there would be finger pointing, because when things are going well, everybody is happy, everybody takes credit for it. When things are going bad, everybody wants to say, I'm doing my job well, but others are not. And as he said very rightly, that the leader's most important task at that point is to avoid the silos and ensure that the whole leadership team is working together. And what happens is, in the organization which has 10,000 people, it's the 7-8 people who everybody is looking at to see how are they behaving at this time, and depending on what they see in leadership behavior, the whole organization behaves, whether we like it or not, but that's how most organizations function. And therefore, if the head of R&D is behaving in a certain way, then everybody in R&D starts behaving that way, because he is their leader. And therefore, to bring that leadership team to work together as a single team is very important. I would just take an example of what happened in October. October month was one of the best months for the auto industry as a whole in the recent 14-15 months, and for Mahindra in particular, where we did better than the market, I think, than one case that he said. And what we did in this particular month was, at the very beginning of the month, the leadership team got together and said, we need to win October. No matter what happens, we just need to win October. It doesn't matter what we have to do, because there is so much sort of demotivation that is set up in the whole ecosystem. Suppliers are not supplying because there is no order. Manufacturing plants are not running 10 days in a month. The dealers don't have customers walking in. And therefore, we must create October as a win. And once we do that, then hopefully there will be a virtuous cycle that will set in. And this is where the whole organization just worked together as one team, without any question, without anybody asking anything to any other function. And we did win in October. Okay, we probably cannot do that kind of thing every month. I wish we could, but we did win in October, and that's the point that Sikumar has made, and I fully agree with, that internal alignment, which is more difficult than understanding and accepting external causes. Like if the whole country is in slowdown, then everybody is happy because I'm not to blame in that sense. Internal alignment is very important and most difficult task for the top leader and the leadership team to achieve.
Sure. Ishad Saab, now one part of it is internal alignment, as Shiv and Dr. Goenka are saying. But to first understand whether the slowdown is worth investing in, whether a change that is happening is truly driven by either industry or because of factors unique to a company, or something that is secular, and therefore whether you should invest, whether you should push aggressively or be in a wind down mode or reconcile to, mortality of an industry or company, which often most companies stay in denial about that. So how do you really look at it? Are there any factors that you ever thought, because in a core industry, there have been often situations in steel where there is global glut now, earlier. So how do you think about a business situation like that, and how do you decide?
I think the two examples which have been given, I think they are episodic, and by and large, there is a consensus whether there is not a slowdown or there is a slowdown. There may be some instances where you may have a debate, but that debate can't go on for too long. I will share with you very briefly, when I was walking up, when I was being introduced, it was mentioned that I've survived an existential crisis. And we did, Tata Steel, I was the finance director in 1992, when, if you remember, suddenly we had reforms. The steel industry, which had protection of 60%, protection came down to 5%. Steel prices were decontrolled. Steel prices used to be controlled by Government of India, so Government of India said, now that we've put you into play in the international arena, no price controls from us, but no import duties either. Now, Tata Steel in 1992 was very different to what it is today. It was a junked-out plant, very old, obsolete technologies, poor quality. I'm sure if you check your quality records, Pavan, you will find a lot of quality complaints going to Tata Steel. So we had a real existential crisis. And how did we just come around to and recognize the crisis was that I, as finance director, put up a forecast for the financial year, I think it was 93, 94, which shows that Tata Steel was heading for a huge loss. Huge loss. I mean, it would run into about 1,000 crores or something like that. So that shook everybody up. And we had a very cohesive management team, which all of you do have, and you may have your little differences of opinion, but I think there was considerable understanding of the realities of the situation, cohesive team, and that is where leadership came in, where Mr. Tata, who had become chairman then, Jamshed had become the managing director, Jamshed Irani, I was the finance director, and we had 2 or 3 other directors. We met, we got the management team. I remember we met in the chambers, a late night meeting going into the early hours. Action plan was chalked out. And for us, it was just not a 2-day exercise. We were a bloated company with 80,000 employees at that time. And now we are down to 30 and to 36,000. So it was also explaining to the unions. So I, with Jamshed and my other colleagues, we went from unit to unit, sat with the unions, showed them the numbers, because there was a crisis on our hands, but you have to build credibility. You have to build credibility. You have to be very, very transparent, extremely transparent in what you say. That's the only thing which will build up trust. And I'm very happy to say that 93, 94, we didn't make a loss, because we all worked together. We charted out plans. TISCO is like the Indian Army. You tuck, 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 and then you go. And touch wood, we survived and survived well. So these are the things you have to do. Leadership is crucial. what Pawan mentioned, keeping the morale up while you are doing difficult things. While you are doing difficult things, to keep the morale up. Now, these are where you really talk about quality of leadership. So I'll stop there.
Sure. So I want to pose the same question to you, Pawan, because at this point in time, the way the automobile industry is positioned also for Mahindra, now there is this talk about EVs and so on and so forth. So which technology to bat? Really, should you be supporting dealers or not? Because you don't know how, the way in which the new cars are going to be sold. What is going to be the technology? Should you be investing in better products, technology, shop floor, all of that? Because this could be a paradigm shift and absolutely make all of these investments irrelevant. I think that is an insecurity every automobile company in the world today is living with.
So let me just make two comments on what Isat said, one on the lighter vein, and I hope you don't mind. When I came back to India in '93 and joined Mahindra, I was told that till recently you couldn't negotiate with Tata Steel because they said, if you want to steel, this is the price, which is not true anymore, and we can negotiate with Tata Steel.
Is that good or bad? I'm sorry? Is that good or bad for Tata Steel?
I think sorry, you want to say something?
Well, I think if you went to telco, they would have said the same thing about Tata.
Yes, that's true. But see, in all fairness, a little bit digression, that what has happened in India from 91, 92 till today is all good. The reason I say all good is that there's so much competition that has come in, no matter which business you are in, that you have to now, as a business, fight for the customer, right? Gone are the days when there was a wait list for cars or anything, phones or gas cylinder or whatever. And since you have to fight for the customer, the effort that you put in for quality, for technology, for price competitiveness is much, much, much higher than what it was when you were in a license Raj and you could sell whatever you could make. Whether you are a large supplier or an OEM, doesn't matter, right? And that's the reason the winners are the customers, end of the day. And we are all customers, right? Winners are the customers, and if you go back to 91, 92 and what you could buy at a given price and what you can buy today, there's a huge difference. Second point I just want to make very quickly is that there are things that you can do in a slowdown to improve the systems and processes that you cannot do in good times. Because whether it's a union that you're dealing with, whether it's plants that you're dealing with, there are a lot of things in the name of slowdown that you can fix that you cannot do it. And every time there's a slowdown, we have to make a list of things that we need to use this slowdown to correct and ensure that we are better off after the slowdown. Now, coming back to your question, it's a very important question because this slowdown is in some sense coming at the wrong time for the auto industry. There's never a good time for slowdown, but coming at a wrong time because of two very important things that are happening, which are making it difficult, more difficult. One is the whole BS6 transition that everybody here is aware of. And come 31st March, we have to stop selling BS4 vehicle. Correct. And those who are in the industry will know that to have a cutoff date for selling is very difficult to manage because I can control how much I manufacture. I cannot control how much I sell and when. Right? So that is a big sort of disruption that's going to happen in the industry. And second is change in technology with electric vehicles, with Ola, Uber, that is mobility, the whole dynamics of mobility is changing. Yeah. And therefore industry needs to have the strength, financial strength, to invest for these things and prepare for it. And therefore going into the BS6, going to the high technology requirements with a balance sheet that is stressed for many companies right now makes it that much more difficult. And there's no doubt that 5 years from now, 7 years from now, auto industry will look very different than what it is today. How the cars are used will be very different. What cars will be sold, nobody knows what they would be, but they'll be very different than what is today. And therefore, for auto industry, OEM suppliers, and suppliers even more than the OEMs, because OEMs finally will make some cars with 4 wheels and a steering wheel and seats. Suppliers don't know what they will end up making. So for them to create scenarios to be able to cater for everything is the most challenging task. Nothing to do with the slowdown, but most challenging task, whether it'll be diesel or petrol, whether it'll be electric or hybrid, whether ICE engine or electric vehicle, whether people will buy cars to self-own, whether they'll use Ola, Uber more, what should you design for? And that makes it that much more difficult. And hence, while we are currently working on tackling the slowdown, which is an immediate short-term problem, the bigger emphasis, frankly, is how to manage the scenarios that are emerging, multiple scenarios that are emerging.
Sure.
And we don't know. Nobody knows today. Nobody knows today which scenario will play out.
Sure. Karan, this must be a problem with you too, because you need to really understand and be very clear about which technology you bet, what kind of projects you should do, what you should be in wind down mode. So how do you deal with that?
I guess there's no easy answer to that. What do you do and not do? But investing in the time of a slowdown is a no-brainer. If you freeze in that zone, you will not come out of it. In my view, one of the difficult situations of handling a slowdown is actually the decisions you took when you were growing. Because when you are growing, you are not, let me use the word, being cautious in many times. And this is so evident in multiple industries. And I'm very concerned about, I love the startup ecosystem, and I'm very concerned about the longevity of their growth and the sustainability of their growth. Who is to blame for a lot of the businesses going under? Who is really to blame for Jet Airways? I think we have to understand the decisions we took during the growth times that will come back to bite us. I, for no one, from personal experience working in IBM, that in the 108th, we are in the 108th year of being a company, so many times we've taken some very bold decisions that have fundamentally rebooted the company. In this 5 to 6 year transition as a company, many people have had opinions about whether IBM will survive or not. And just a year and a half ago, we actually made the biggest investment ever in the history of the company when we bought Red Hat for $34 billion, which is the largest software acquisition in the history of the world. So I guess, it's the decisions you take at the time that you are in a tough zone and what you live with from a growth environment. The other thing I also sort of, feel that we tend to miss is the people part. Slowdowns allow you to build a very massive muscle in the organization, one of resilience. Organizations that have not seen a downturn do not have the resilience muscle. I know from a personal, we're living this every day now. In our case, about 25% of our global workforce sits in India. So how the people feel, how they come to work, how they show up to work, impacts the whole company. So the employee engagement pulse, which is a very simple metric of determining whether the employees are happy or not, and how they're feeling, is a very good benchmark. And a slowdown or a disrupted environment is a perfect alibi to say, oh, morale is down because there is a slowdown. So we actually took upon ourselves as a challenge this year that when we have the toughest situation from a business standpoint, we will go out and over-communicate and over-engage with our employees. Very interestingly, our pulse surveys, engagement surveys just came out a couple of weeks back, and we actually improved 2 points of engagement. So I think it's a perfect time to hold on to your employees, over-engage. They, as Shiv said, it's not about giving positive news, it's about giving clarity. It's about giving clarity to your people. So some of those things is what I believe needs to be done in a slowdown environment.
Sure, that's the toughest thing, Shiv. So how do you keep morale up, especially when the monetary situation, that's the easiest tool that's not available in times of a slowdown. So it's that much more harder. So how do you keep morale up?
Yeah, so I told you I'll give you my second example, and that was Nokia in 2008. Nokia in 2008 was a $3 billion company, growing massively, India's largest multinational. 2008 was a real slowdown. And I don't think anybody disagreed whether it was a slowdown. That was the good part. Oil prices were $140. And Goldman Sachs was predicting that it will go to $200. And the whole world was worried whether it would happen or not. So here was a successful company, but the external signals were not good. The first thing I recognized, a few lessons I learned from there while I was preparing for this, is it's funny that in a slowdown, even in the most successful company, people assume the worst. That's something you have to guard against. You have to recognize that people are people, emotions are emotions. They will assume the worst. You have to work with it. Second, the ecosystem is strapped of cash. So whoever can underwrite inventory, whoever can underwrite something, will always help the ecosystem. But there are not many people in the ecosystem who can actually come forward and do that. Okay, some things you can do, some things you cannot. So in a slowdown, cash is the king right through the chain. Okay, if you can collect cash early, even better. If you cannot, then you're going to have a problem. That's the second lesson which all of us picked up. Third one is, even in a successful company in a slowdown, people started hopping jobs. So we lost about a few guys. Then I asked the HR department, what's happening? Why are good people leaving us at this point of time? Then we did a funny analysis, and it's true even today. We checked that people who are leaving us had very high EMIs. Their EMI as a percentage of their take-home salary was higher than 25%. They're very scared that they will not be able to pay it next year, so they wanted a job which was a higher paying job next year, and hence were moving out. Okay, and even today, when I look at my population, I always ask people who has the highest EMI, and you can be sure that they are in the market first. They are the guys who are always looking for the new job because they want the percentage payout to be smaller. That's the next lesson we learned. I said everybody assumes the worst, so it's very important for leaders to build positive stories. So while you need to face reality, you also need to enthuse and inspire people by giving them something which is working well, and how can we replicate that? That's just as important. Otherwise, everybody will wallow in self-pity. So you need to communicate. So one of the things we did then, which I hold even true today also, we started a weekly meeting. Every week we'd all get together over a cup of tea and say, hey guys, what's happening? Talk, etc. Then somebody told me, Shiv, why don't you convert this into a weekly note and send it out every morning, every Monday morning? So from then to now, 10 years later, 11 years later, I still do that. Every Monday morning, I write to all my employees as to what did I learn the previous week. That's how that learning note started. Okay, so that was something we did. Next is a big lesson we learned, Nokia globally as well as India. Never throw money at salespeople in a slowdown. It builds the wrong behavior. The natural inclination is you throw more money at the sales guy, 1,000 rupees more, 5,000 rupees more. What we found was terrible. It provides exactly the wrong reasons why you are in sales. So that's something which I learned the hard way, and I never do after that. Mm-hmm. Okay, never throw money at salespeople in a slowdown. You get wrong behavior. I hope so. I hope CEOs are listening. Okay. Next, in terms of scenarios, the point which Pawan made, what we did was we said, what's the worst which can happen to us? And I think the worst was $2.5 billion will be from where we are at 3. We said, what's the best which can happen to us? We said 3.5. Okay. So the whole organization, the energy of the organization was aligned to the best scenario, 3.5. We said, that's what we'll go for. Even if we hit 3.2, it's great, doesn't matter. But all our cost structure was aligned to the worst scenario. So everybody agreed in the meeting that we will not spend more. So we tried to convert as much cost into variable cost as possible, so that we didn't, hang ourselves in the process. Okay. Then we said we'll run 1 quarter at a time. Forget next year. 1 quarter at a time. 3.5 divided by 4. What would it be? Let's do that. If we win 1 quarter, let's go to the next quarter.
But then isn't that the opposite of what you were saying, that you have to think long term and not short term?
I come back to that. That's a good point. I'll end it with that. The big lesson I learned as a CEO at that point of time, never be alone. Trust me, when you are alone as a CEO, devils happen in your mind. So even with my people, I would say, let's all sit together all the time, okay, and build a kind of a brotherhood of the underdogs, okay, that we're really fighting the world, but we are in it together. So never be alone is something which I would, spend time with people and spend time in the marketplace. What works in a slowdown, as you were asking, Mahalakshmi, is we found innovation always works. Buying stressed assets works. There are a lot of stressed assets which come up in a slowdown. Very good assets. Third thing which works is quality always works. Investing in advertising works. Okay, these are things that we've learned the hard way through many a slowdown. Okay, sure. These are principles which you should never forget.
Sure.
Those are the long-term investments.
Sure.
Yes, there's one point.
Yeah.
I'm just about the slowdown. He mentioned that the 2008 slowdown, nobody questioned whether it was slowdown or not. Just want to contrast the numbers. Okay, in F09, which is 2008 primarily, for auto industry, Q1 was a growth, Q2 was flat, Q3 was a degrowth of 15%, Q4 was flat, and next year was the best ever growth that we had of 25%. So only 1 quarter was degrowth for auto industry. This time, we have had 5 quarters of degrowth, last 2 quarters, every segment for the first time ever has degrown for 2 quarters in a row. And last quarter, there was a degrowth of 25% in the industry, which has not been seen since 2001. So I'm just taking an example of auto industry, how deep the slowdown is this time. And we need to, therefore, see what has to be done. And a lot of people are questioning whether it is a structural slowdown or a technical slowdown. I don't know. I hope it is not a structural. But a lot of people questioning that if it's lasted so long, whether it is really a structural slowdown.
Sure. So the time is up, but we can take just a couple of questions if anybody has questions to ask. Okay, so on that, is that it? Can somebody pass the mic, please?
So any one of you can answer this question. See, on the one hand, Minister is showing us the rosy picture, and the slowdown is they are in a denial mode. On the other hand, the statistics say something else. And so in this given scenario, how are you people keeping your morale up and your team morale up?
I would just say that it'll be a worse problem if the minister is showing doomsday and we are saying it's great. So I think everybody's doing their role, so we were good in that sense.
And he is not there to listen to that.
I'm sure he'll get that.
I'll give you an example, and quite often, look at many measures. Business schools. India has the highest number of business schools in the world. The placement season is going to start now. I was talking to the IIM Udaipur director last week, something on strategy. I told him, Janath, this year, get companies who give job security. People will not go for startups this year. Okay? This year, companies will be chosen by students, companies which give them a guarantee of a job for some time. So job security is at its highest right now, believe it or not. And that is a direct correlation of people feeling the pain of a slowdown.
Thank you.
Anything?
Your question is, how are we keeping ourselves motivated?
Yeah, as a
right?
team leader also.
Yeah,
that is very important.
So first of all, let me just say that the government, in all fairness, is very concerned about the slowdown. And a lot of things, as you know, have been done in the last, since after July 5th to try and get the economy going. So it's not that the government has a denial mode, and lot is happening. Okay. Now, see, first of all, I have always believed that you have to condition yourself never to be stressed, no matter how bad the situation is. And the reason I say that is that if you have a headache, that means if you are stressed, you can never think well. And in a slowdown is when your mind has to be at its best. And therefore, you have to condition. And there's no prescription, there's no sort of do these 5 things, not get stressed. But you have to condition yourself not to get stressed. That's number one. And number two, as a leader, as CEO, the whole organization is reading your body language. Not what you say, right, but your body language, right? And if your body language is showing signs of desperation or signs of hopelessness, then the whole organization will get demotivated. They don't get demotivated so much by reading the newspaper, but by watching what the CEO is displaying in his body language. Therefore, the job of keeping yourself, while you may be concerned about it, you may be thinking about what you need to do, but don't stress yourself and do not show a body language which is desperation or hopelessness.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, gentlemen, for this beautiful discussion. Just one final thought. Just reminds me of this Doha by Kabir. Sukh mein sumiran sab kare, dukh mein kare na koi. Jo sukh mein sumiran kare, to dukh kahe ko hoye. So the starting point to never wasting a slowdown is good behavior. Always control your cost, keep it low, good management principles and all of that, and you won't see. But of course, that is also loaded with presumption because it is all individual. But a lot of it can be imposed, external, global, all of that. On that note, thank you so much.
The two Rahim Dohas summarize everything. The two Rahim Doha, the one that I said, the one you said, summarize everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a bigger, warmer round of applause for our first part telling us how they're stepping away or rather staying in the middle of the downfall and yet staying stronger, faster, centered and so fired up. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is my cue to invite on stage everybody's dream boss. He drove the success of HCL on this unconventional management philosophy, which is employees first, customers second. He even wrote a bestseller on it in the year 2011. He joined HCL in 1985, took over as its CEO in the year 2007, and as vice chairman in 2010. Now, under his watch, HCL's management was accountable to the employees, and thus it became a globally respected player. His unconventional management practices did not go unnoticed. In fact, even today, they are taught as case studies at Harvard and at the London Business Schools. Today, ladies and gentlemen, he has put away his business suit. He runs a foundation that works to improve education in India. It's called the Sampark Foundation, which he co-founded with his wife, and he's transforming learning for 7 million children at less than $1 per annum. I'm talking about, let's take a look. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Vineet Nair, co-founder and chairman, Sampark Foundation.
Good afternoon. I've been asked to talk about disruptive innovation, and the first thing I need to do is step away from the dais. And the second thing I need to do is to tell my friend Pramod Bhasin not to laugh. I like to start this session with stories of a few ants who were sitting together and talking about their aspirations in life. One of the ants got up and said, I am very, very ambitious, and I want to be the richest ant this country has seen. The second ant said, no, I want to be the fastest growing startup ant this country has seen. The third said, oh, I want to be a real estate giant ant. And these ants were really passionate about their ambition. And in the corner of their eyes, they saw this one ant who was looking out of the window with her legs up and laughing her head off. So they turned to that ant and said, hey, Anita, why are you not participating in this important conversation of our future? She turned to them and said, because I don't want to be an ant anymore. I want to be a butterfly. The journey of disruption starts when you decide you don't want to be an ant anymore. It starts with the dream of being somebody other people think is impossible. And all the ants turned to Anita and said, impossible. What is impossible? High performance teams are those teams which do stuff others consider impossible. High performance individuals do stuff others consider impossible. How would this impossible happen if everybody is investing in incremental possibilities rather than attempting the impossible? How would disruption happen? How would change happen? How would butterflies be born if all you are thinking about is how to be a rich ant, a fast ant, a real estate ant, or a startup ant? But that's the theoretical framework. From a practical point of view, how does one think about disruption in their personal lives? I don't have an answer, but I can tell you how did I evolve my thinking through a few stories which originated in my childhood which shaped my thinking. And then I'm going to talk about some of the disruptive experiments which I saw in my career, and then see if we can connect them. And if they inspire you to start thinking of your life as a butterfly rather than an ant. My first life lesson happened actually when I was 4 years old. We were playing cricket. I was in a city called Nagpur. We were playing cricket with a group of friends of mine. And one of my friends hit the ball and it broke the window of my neighbor. And that guy was a scientist. His name was Chalpati Rao, Dr. Chalpati Rao. He got very angry. I went to his door because I knew him and it was my ball. I knocked on the door and says, "Uncle, can I have my ball back?" Now, we are talking about a scenario where an environment, unlike today, where everybody was allowed to hit your kid, right? Everybody was allowed. Predominantly because he was doing the parents' work. So, So he gave me a whack, number one. Number two, he took me inside, tied me, to a chair with a rope facing the window I had broken to teach me a lesson. Now, I don't know how long that lasted, but my friends made a lot of fun of me when he untied me, after which appeared like hours, I'm sure it is a few minutes. I was sitting outside crying and howling. My mother ignored me because she said it teaches you well. Right, so if somebody else has given you the lesson, great. There was an aunt who stayed right above our house. Her name was Mrs. Anand. She saw me. She called me. My name was Mintu. She said, "Mintu, come up." I went up. She put me on the dining table. I was standing there and she says, "What happened?" I cried and told her what exactly happened. And then she said, "What are you going to do about it?" I told her the story all over again. Then she asked me, "What are you going to do about it?" It was 6th or the 7th time that I started understanding that the question she is asking is different to my story. And the time I understood it, I remember it very clearly. I got down from the dining table, silently went down, picked up a brick and broke another window of my neighbor. And then knocked on his door and says, "Uncle, I have already got the punishment for breaking the window, so you can't punish me again." And he was very nice. He took me inside, gave me a piece of cake, and I took the cake to my mother and told her, "I told you so." But the lesson from that whole event to me was that shit happens. 50% of the time when you toss the coin, it will land on the side which you don't want it to land. The question is not what you do, improving the art of tossing the coin, it is how quickly you toss it again. So your response to those events is what creates disruption. That was my first lesson. My second lesson happened when I was 8 years old. We were getting transferred from Nagpur to this beautiful town called Pantnagar in the foothills of Himalayas. And we were on a train. And I was this really odd character who liked to run off trains. Unfortunately, my mother and father and my 2 brothers were sleeping. The train stopped at Ratlam station. Off I went because it was a secret. Everybody is sleeping. I am on a platform. Nobody can do anything about me, other than the fact that after 2 minutes, the train started moving out of the station. Now, the overconfidence in me at that particular time, and Pramod will tell you that nothing has changed, but I assumed that I would be able to run and catch up the train. So the train started moving. After some time, I walked to the train, tried to pull myself up, but because there was no power in the legs, when you are walking, I fell. Fear. I got up, started running behind the train, tried to get up, fell again. Doubt. This time I ran faster. I tried harder. I fell harder. Panic. And that is the time I had 2 options. Number one, to stand up there and cry and wait for somebody to help me, or run after a train which was impossible now to catch because the train was running faster than me, and there was one compartment after another compartment which was going away, even if I run behind it. But I decided to run behind an impossible train and take a chance. So while I was running this losing race, there is a vegetable vendor who was selling vegetables somewhere. She saw all this. She ran, she caught me hold of the knickers and threw me in the guard's compartment. And it's only a few years later that I told my mom that what had happened. And then she gave me a nice tight whack at that time. But the second lesson in my life is, how would impossible happen if you don't chase impossible trains? How would irrational things happen when all your actions are about rationality? If you're not going to take chances which you are sure are not going to work, how will those chances work? Disruption, innovation is all about taking chances. If you're not going to take the chances, the first step of disruption has not happened. That was my second lesson. My third lesson was a little more interesting and a little more graphic, but I'm going to share it anyway, and I hope people don't put out this video, but it's an interesting lesson. So now we are in Pantnagar, and again, remember those days where not only your parents will allow everybody else to slap you around, but they will also often do it. And if you ask them what happened, he says, I just felt like it, right? But I was this obnoxious child who was bored very easily, so I designed this game where I would stand on a dining table and then shout at my mother and pick up her favorite glass, and if she can come by 10, the glass will be saved, otherwise the glass will be destroyed. So she first, tried to love me and explain to me that's not the game to be played, and I enjoyed it because I was getting my mother's attention, so I broke the second glass. Then she slapped me. I said, that is fine, I'm used to it. And I broke the third glass. Then she kept quiet. Now that means that something big was about to happen. In came my dad. And he says, what happened? She says, he broke 3 glasses today. So my dad looked at me and says, why did you do that? He says, because I was getting bored and I did it. There was no repentance in my voice. Now, during these days, there is a punishment which was very common, which is strip the boy, throw him out of the house. So I was stripped, other than my little underwear, and I was thrown out of the house. So I was on the porch of the house at about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was very humiliating. So I did the first thing, which normally every child would do, say, sorry, I will never do it again. Cry very loudly so that everybody is afraid. Obviously, my dad had seen it before. He knew me better than I knew myself and ignored it. Now, the second problem really came in is, what will my friends think? And one friend passed and started giggling and ran to get the other friends to see the punishment was about to be meted out, and it would be a big fun. Now, I had to do something disruptive to be able to protect myself from that eventuality. So as all my friends converged, I started climbing a tree. He says, what are you doing? He says, my parents have allowed me to play Tarzan. And if you go and ask your parents will not allow you to play Tarzan. My father is so good that he's allowed me to play Tarzan. So I climbed the tree and did ooh-ah and all that stuff of Tarzan. Bay and hold, everybody ran home, got permission to play Tarzan, and we were playing Tarzan. And then obviously my father did what he should have done. He gave me another whack. But the learning from that experience was that when there is a huge amount of disruption which happens in your life, it may be fair or unfair, your response to that has to be so unique and so disruptive that actually you are thinking out of the box and convert a threat into an opportunity. And I will show you how in my life that lesson became very, very important. The last story and the last life lesson was also very important. So I went into the school, and the school was run by an American principal, Sister Laurette, God bless her, 6 foot 6 inches, very strict. It was a civics class. I think I was in class 4 or class 5. I was very bored. As you know, I used to get bored very easily. The civics teacher was teaching. I don't think she knew what she was talking about, or I thought. So I picked up a few marbles and started dropping on the ground when she will turn to the board. Now, obviously, she was a new teacher, very angry, but a couple of my friends joined me in this game, and we had a good time. till she started crying because she was very unhappy with what we were doing. In came the principal, got hold of me and my friends by the ear and threw us out of the school, restigated, you will never come here again. So we said, what do we do? So if I go home and tell this, then the Tarzan will happen. I didn't want the Tarzan to happen again. So I had to do something else. So I went home, didn't tell. Next day I was back in school, and I was sitting in front of the gate along with two of my other friends. We were opening books, and we were standing there. In the afternoon, Sister Laureate came and said, what the hell are you guys doing? I've thrown you out of the school. So we said we have superpowers, and we can hear what is happening in the class, and we are following it, so you can't prevent us, and we are outside the ground. I don't know what changed her mind, but she called us in, and she put us back in the class. I think the question here is, the big lesson for me at that particular time is, sometimes the chips are so down that you are thrown out of the game. But you don't have to give up. Because the door will open. Today or tomorrow, the door will open. It's not that then a door will not open. A combination of both those four stories, and I'm sure there are stories like that in your life, created a mindset that you should always attempt something which nobody else has attempted before. And life is about doing stuff others have not done before. Because if you do stuff which others have not done before, you're attempting to be a butterfly, a failed butterfly, a dead butterfly, but you're definitely not an ant. Fast forward, I joined HCL. I was, because of whatever I did in HCL in the early days, they sent me on a Kala Pani, punishment posting, which was Bombay. Our market share was less than a fraction of a percentage, not even 1%, and I was sent here to fail. So when I entered the office, I saw a hugely demotivated office. Predominantly because we have lost everything we bid. We hardly won anything. And they were all unhappy with the status quo of what we have collectively achieved in the office. And they were very clear that the next time we will bid for something, we will fail. So I was racking my mind in terms of what is the problem. The customer didn't want us. The employee didn't think we will win, but the product looks good. So how do we change that? That is the Tarzan moment came to my mind, that we should do something which nobody else expects us to do. So there was this shop near Churchgate called Asiatic. I don't know if it's still there. I went into that shop, bought condolence cards. I still remember I bought 50 condolence cards. I brought them, put it on the reception of the table, and I said, you hate the people you have lost orders to you so much that every time we will win, we'll personally write a condolence card and send it to that manager. So initially people were laughing about it and not very serious, but fortunately we won our first order. Once we won our first order, I got everybody to sign it, including the chaiwala, the lift man, the guard, everybody signed it, and we sent it to the regional manager. And then on the board I wrote, 1 done, 49 to go. Next day when I came to office, the environment in the office had changed completely. Everybody hated the competition so much, and it was so personal that they wanted to send the condolence card. So disruptive innovation is not just about idea, but one small gesture can change the motivation of the team from not believing they can win to wanting to win so much that we were very quickly the #1 company in Bombay at that particular time, which was unfortunate because I was thrown out of Bombay into Bangalore to try and implement the same thing in Bangalore. So that was the first idea which implemented and it worked. The second idea is when I did the startup called ComNet, and there are a couple of ComNetins out here. The idea behind ComNet was that can we do disruptive innovation leveraging technology? My first startup in 1985 was a nail polish remover product, where you put your finger in, rub it, the nail polish comes off. But because I'm not a chemical student, not only the nail polish came off, a couple of other things also came off. So that time I knew that I should not ponder at trying to do something which I don't understand, not that I understand technology too much, but why don't we look at disruptive ideas around technology? So we came up with this remote infrastructure management as an idea that we can manage stuff remotely. But the bigger issue there is, how do you construct a team? How do you bring Tarzans into the team which want to do something different and do it in a way nobody else has done before? So I was enamored by the story of a plumber who was called to a very rich man's house. And the rich man asked the plumber to sit down and then told the plumber of how great that plumber should feel about the fact that he is in rich man's house. And this was an 800-year-old house where, this is where Michelangelo sat, and this is where Mahatma Gandhi delivered his first lecture, and this is where Nelson Mandela came and delivered his lecture, and all that stuff. The man was very proud. For 1 hour, this man gave John, the plumber, a huge lecture. And after 1 hour, he asked John, what do you think? And John turned to him and says, that's pretty nice, but where the hell is the leak? Most of us in the organizations are preaching to our employees of how blessed they should feel in our august company and how blessed they should feel of the fact that they are in a great company without telling them where the hell is the leak. So we said that we should create a company which is all about celebrating leaks. And therefore, we said we are hiring plumbers and we want people who are going to transform because we as a company have many, many leaks. And therefore, that startup, which had zero revenue, had zero balance sheet, and zero orders, its first deal was India's largest, which was the National Stock Exchange, predominantly because the Tarzans were leading it. It's not just about a disruptive idea, but also a disruptive cultures where there were Tarzans who believed that they needed to do something differently, and they went beyond what anybody else was willing to do to try and win their order, and then execute it in a form and shape which nobody else could have ever imagined it could be done. Fast forward to HCL Technology in 2005. As you know, we were losing mind share, market share, and talent share. And the question is, how do we disrupt our business model? How do we transform ourselves? Our market cap was low as $1.2 billion. Right now, it is about $20 billion. So how do we transform a legacy company with about 25,000 employees? And that is the time the disruptive. Remember when we said in ComNet it was about remote infrastructure management as a disruptive idea. Here we said we do not have ideas around the product category, right? It's the same software services, the same BPO services, the same engineering services which everybody is delivering. So there is nothing on price, product proposition, and markets where we can do disruptive innovation. But is there an alternative axis on which disruptive innovation can be brought together? And there is where we learned from the Japanese of the fact that the Japanese were not manufacturing cars with 5 wheels, but manufacturing it in a different culture. So Kaizen methodology, just-in-time inventory, and a unique culture brought Japanese car makers to dominate the car industry despite manufacturing the same cars as the Americans were doing. So the question we ask is, can we disrupt our culture? And there is where we ask the 3 fundamental questions. What is the business we are in? And the answer was, we are in the business of creating unique experiences for our customers and deliver unique value for our customers. Question 2, who creates this unique experience and delivers unique value? The answer is our employees. And hence the third and the most important question is, if the employees are the unique experience or creating the unique value, then what should the role of manager and management be? And the answer was very obvious, nothing but to enthuse, encourage, enable those employees, and hence was born the idea, employees first, customers second. So we inverted the organization management pyramid. We made the management accountable to the employees. My appraisal was done by 100,000 employees. Confidentially, the results were made public, and there were many such disruptive ideas, innovation. So with the same product, with the same pricing, with the same proposition, the clock speed of the organization improved, the condolence card kind of disruption happened, and suddenly the performance of HCL Technologies went through the roof. In came recession in 2008. Everybody was psyching people. HCL is the only company which announced the fact that we will not let any HCL employee let go. The motivation levels went up. We did not see a single negative growth quarter in recession. And we outgrew all our competition, and that was the best time when we gained the maximum amount of market share. All that was good, and I come to the last disruption, which I think is the most important and impactful disruption. One of the criticisms which I faced to myself was the fact that whatever I have done was from a position of power, being a CEO or a startup CEO or a legacy company CEO. So the year was 2012, and Fortune Company had recently come up with their dream team, And I don't know why they nominated me in the dream team along with other people like Steve Jobs. So my head was bloated beyond recognition. And then New York Times did an article, and my head bloated beyond further recognition. And I walked up to my mother with this bloated head, which had great difficulty of entering the door, and said, "Look how proud your child has made you." And she says, "What happened?" I explained to her what happened, and was waiting for her to say something like, "I always knew, when I gave birth to you that you were born special." But she didn't say anything like that. She is a teacher, so she took a copy, English copy. She tore it in half, took that half page, wrote something on it, put it in an envelope, which was a used envelope. She only used used envelope, sealed it, and said, "Open it the next time you fly to New York." I said, "Very good. She's so nice." So I was on this Air India direct flight to New York, having my single malt, and waiting to open my mother's envelope, which would say all kinds of nice things. And then when I opened the envelope, it only said one word, and that word was enough. And I didn't know what that meant. When I landed in New York, I called her back and said, "Mom, what does this mean?" She says, "If you don't understand it, you will understand it on your way back." So I did understand it on a way back, and that is the time I decided that it was enough, and therefore I needed to do something very different. The reason I'm telling you this story is sometimes disruptive ideas come from others. The question is you need to listen to them. It is not necessary that you know what the right answer is, but sometimes other people tell you when enough is enough. So in 2012, we started a journey, a disruptive journey of working with your wife, by the way. I don't know how many of you have attempted that. And we said that we need to transform the way education is rolled out in this country. We have 144 million children in our 740,000 government schools. The learning outcome by any standards are very poor. Most of them can't count beyond 99 or construct simple sentences. But more important is 36% of them drop out of school by the time they reach grade 5 because they don't understand what is happening in the class. So therefore, on one side, we say we are young, but on the other side, we are potentially creating not only an employment problem, but an employable problem. And therefore, I decided, along with my wife, to try and see if at Sampark Foundation we can use design thinking, collaborate with large global thinkers, especially at the Harvard Business School, and come up with disruptive ideas which would transform the education system in this country. The core idea there was that the same three questions as in HCL: what is the core business of Sampark Foundation to transform learning outcomes? Where does the learning outcome get created? In the interface of the child and the teacher. Who creates the learning outcome? The teacher. So what can we do to enable the teacher? What can we do to enthuse, encourage, enable the teacher? So we said we are going to focus on disruptive innovation in the classroom transaction between the teacher and the child in an environment where there is no electricity, no toilet, no nothing, but we will disrupt it. How do we disrupt it? We were inspired by Bollywood. Can we bring Bollywood songs and dance into the class? In absence of electricity, can we use an audio device with very large battery, which can last for 3 months? Can we use Vidya Balan, Munna Bhai MBBS voice to be able to ignite a classroom? Good Morning Mumbai, equivalent of that. Can we learn from Mary Poppins and create a Sampark Didi, which is endearing? Can we train teachers to take this device to the classroom along with other innovative teaching learning material? Can the teacher suddenly feel the love and desire of the child to learn because she has brought in a disruptive innovation and want more? So we rolled that out, and the results were magical. We have 76,000 schools under our program, 7 million children right now. We're taking it to 20 million children in the next 2 years. And the learning outcome, remember I told you that the learning outcome in grade 5 was most people did not know how to count beyond 99. In grade 2, as per the third-party assessment feedback consulting done, in grade 2, 76% could do 2-digit division and multiplication and construct simple English sentences. But the disruption happened not in the classroom. The disruption happened by an idea where we asked these children to perform he asked 7 million children to perform a play in the village square in English called My Family. This is my father. He works at the farm. He works very hard. I love my father. This is my mother. She makes very good bhindi, and I love her, and I love my sister. So this was an English play performed in all our schools in their village square in English. And after that, the parent participation in the school completely skyrocketed. The point and the summary of what I'm making to you all is very simple. The ideas of disruption are not big ideas. Ideas of disruptions are in your stories and in your hearts. You have to decide the day you wish to be a butterfly. Otherwise, you can spend all your life being ants and die like an ant, and nobody will notice you. It is time for all of us to think, for our country, and find our butterfly moments in our childhood lives. Find that person we have lost on the way. Find that spirit who wanted to do something which nobody else has wanted to do. Find that person and bring it to today. And find that moment where you say enough to being an ant, and it is time that I become a butterfly. Being a butterfly is what all of us were meant to be. Go, fly, be a butterfly. Thank you.
Huge round of applause, not just for all the things he said, but all the things that he does. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, so I truly believe that you're having a great time. Thank you so much for taking the conversation onto your social media platforms. Do continue to do so using #LeadingEdge2019. And don't forget to tag us at Outlook Business in your tweets. So the question is, how do you win at a game that has no end? How do you run a business so significant that everyone joins your cause? How do we dial into the finest of attitudes? Is it really about the size of the dog in the fight, or is it about the size of the fight in the dog? Our next panel, ladies and gentlemen, is a group of individuals who come together to talk to us about something that every business needs for sure, but every entrepreneur has to have. These are individuals who have a profound insistence on one and only one thing: resilience. Let's welcome on stage to deliberate on this topic a man who is seen as a go-to coach if you want to make your business capital efficient. He started as a finance professional, ventured into business process management, and eventually turned into a financial services entrepreneur. He built Genpact into a global leader in process management from scratch. And in the year 2016, he bought over GE Capital India, now known as Clicks Capital. It promises hassle-free lending to businesses, a Clicks fix, as they call it. Let me invite the person behind it all, Mr. Pramod Bhasin, founder, Clicks Capital. Welcome to the Leading Edge stage, sir. You know, business stands on the talent it hires, and his company makes sure that every company gets nothing but the absolute best. In the year 2000, when the whole world was going online, he found his business opportunity and started a job site that's called goforcareers.com. It went offline, grew rapidly as People One Consulting, and was later bought by Adecco. He then joined Quest as an investor and CEO, and has since created India's biggest business services company with a workforce of 350,000. If he's not running his business, ladies and gentlemen, he's busy cheering his favorite football team, or he's biking, or he's pursuing philanthropy through CareWorks Foundation. Let's welcome on stage Mr. Ajit Isaac, founder, QuestCorp. Thank you for joining us, sir. Our next panelist, an IIT Delhi and IIM Kolkata alumnus who started off as a professional working at the Taj Group of Hotels and later on headed A.T. Kearney's operations in the capital. In 2002, the entrepreneur bug bit him when he built a mid-market hotel in Gurgaon. That dare was as refreshing as lemonade. Today, Lemon Tree Hotels has emerged as a formidable hospitality chain with 40 hotels in 24 cities with around 4,300 rooms. Let's welcome on stage Mr. Patu Keswani, founder, Lemon Tree Hotels. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Keswani. And of course, moderating this discussion is editor, Outlook Business, Ms. N. Mahalakshmi. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause. I want everyone outside the room to know that panel number 2 has begun. Thank you. Okay, let's begin.
People out here are fans of Woody Allen. Woody Allen, the American writer, director, comedian. Okay, so there is this very famous line by Woody Allen. If you want to make God laugh, tell him your plan. So, in the business world, this is absolutely true of entrepreneurship and entrepreneurs. Whatever plan you may make, one thing you can be sure of, it will be thrown out of the window. So that's why this panel, and there are no further questions to ask. All three of you have to just tell us this journey, and it's just a coincidence that all three of them had a fairly successful professional career, and yet you chose to take the entrepreneurship path when it wasn't as popular or fashionable. So just take us through this journey of plans going awry, things going wrong, and yet how did you overcome it? How did you build resilience? Was it natural? What did you went through? Just tell us your stories quickly.
So it was the...
Think about it as though you're narrating these stories to your grandchildren.
So I got to guess, fast forward another 20 years. But it was the year 2000 when I decided to become an entrepreneur, and I founded this company which is called Go for Careers, which was then the careers vertical in a horizontal called Go for I. It was built with capital from JP Morgan Chase and had a pretty high profile launch. But when we built the website to go live with it, we found that if we searched for a doctor in Nagpur, we'll get an engineer in Calcutta. The algorithm just wouldn't work. And to be an online website with a search engine that does not work meant that you just can't make any progress in the market. So within 1 month of going live, we actually turned offline and made this a human resources company which found people through the physical process, and we had a fulfillment that was done offline. And then we grew it from there to becoming what is today India's largest HR service company. So that is the first trip up that we had, and the change that we had to make from what we started with to what we ended up with.
That's a very short story, but we'll come back to it.
So I wanted to retire. So, a normal guy who works in a company. So, Vineet, I was a butterfly. I've now become an ant. So I was listening intently. So I got the sequence wrong. So in my mid-30s, I was in the Tatas, actually. I was posted to Taj. I ran some hotels of the Taj. And I got very bored, and I went through the male menopause. Okay, and men go through the menopause here. It's called andropause, for those of you who don't know. And I decided to retire as quickly as I could, but I had no money. Yeah, I'm still going through it. Pramod is an old friend who knows. So how do you retire? So I had two very close friends of mine, and I remember we went, in those days single malt was very expensive for us. So we scrimped a bit and bought 2 bottles of single malt, went for a weekend to one forest lodge, and we decided we needed 5 crores to retire. Because if invested well, you'd get 50 lakhs on, we were simple chaps, we still are. So I had 1 crore of rupees, 70 lakhs of mine, 30 lakhs which I borrowed from my wife. I invested it in the dot-com bubble, and in 9 days it became 3 lakhs. I still remember it. So that was my first entrepreneurial thing. So what did I learn, by the way?
That was your first
That's how I
entrepreneurial
learned
venture.
resilience, which is never bet the bank, whatever happens, no matter how sexy the opportunity, don't bet the bank. Number 2, always have plan B, C, D, E. And don't think to, don't get a bloated head. My mother didn't slap me, unfortunately. She should have. But I was broke. So I was looking for plan B, and A.T. Kearney was coming to India. So they offered me a senior director partnership. And the only question I asked them was, can I make 5 crores in 2 years? So I remember the CEO looked at me oddly, but felt I was showing great signs of intellect by asking such direct questions. Said yes, I joined. And 2 years later, I had 5 crores, which was quite a large sum in those days. And I decided, because I had run in the Taj, I had run all the business hotels, and I had an idea of what was right and what was wrong. So one thing I've learned in my professional life is what not to do, actually, not what to do. So I said, I won't make these following mistakes. So I built a small hotel. I was lucky, about a dozen people joined me from the Taj. The hotel was enormously successful. So I noticed the lady who was announcing it actually halved my company. Actually, we have 8,000 rooms and about 10,000 employees. So bad information by Outlook. Bottom line is that the company did very well. And my instinct to retire was overtaken, actually, by the desires and aspirations of those first 20, 30 people who joined us. And it's been a wonderful journey. We've gone through all kinds of resilience and downs and ups. My broad view on, by the way, on a downturn and an upturn is very simple. By nature, I'm an optimist. Every one of us is either an optimist or pessimist. What I have learned to be is neither. And I think that's been a huge learning for me. So I always, I assume things are going to be, everything will pass. And if you plan for that, then I think you can be reasonably successful in outcomes.
Yes, sure. Patu's, I don't know Isaac, but Patu is being amazingly modest, as was Vineet, because these are enormously successful. And what he's done in a very short period of time is nothing short of astonishing. In an industry which I always thought was never going to survive very long. But my story is actually, I think, a story of necessity. I used to run GE Capital Asia in India. I'd come here looking for the mythical middle class of India, which I never found. We weren't making enough money. I worked for GE under the Welch era, which was a remarkable company, absolutely fabulous company, the most admired in the world for many, many years. And we were expected to, make money, find ways to make money. And in India, as you know, the future is bright and always will be, right? So you're always going to make money at some point in time.
I wish we had done this panel before the minister.
Sorry? Right.
What I love about India is what President Ronald Reagan said about Brazil in the late 80s. Somebody asked him, what do you think of Brazil? He said, it's a country with great potential. And it will always have great potential.
Absolutely. It will always have. So I needed to do something to make money. And therefore I came up with this idea of doing back office business processing for the world out of India. That was my idea, standing in a very hot parking lot in Chennai with my boss and scratching my head and saying, what the hell do we do? We were running an operating center for ourselves. There was a singular problem. The plan was to do this over phone lines in homes with digital technology, trained people, lots of people who understood US GAAP, mortgage accounting, all of the other things we used to do in GE Capital. The only flaw in the plan was phone lines didn't work. We didn't have any people. There were no trained resources, and there was no resources that I could go. There were no office buildings in Gurgaon at that time. Apart from that, it was a very good idea. That's how we started.
Sure, but Ajit, I did not find a low point in your story at all, except for the first venture, which is Go To Careers. In your secret diary, you hardly talked about any low points. It was just the first pivot. You started as an online portal. It didn't work quickly. You shifted to offline. It sounds like it's just been a very smooth ride.
So sometimes we also tend to simplify the journey a bit. When we founded in 2007-8, which is exactly 11, 12 years ago, we were a product of the then global financial crisis. And everything that's variable cost inside a company, advertising, recruitment, and related areas, staff welfare, these are all expenses which are discretionary in nature, which companies would put a lid on. So we found that the first 2 years were very difficult. And we realized that to be in play, we needed to do other things in addition to human resources, like managed services. And that's when we ventured into facilities management. So in 2008, when we started, our revenues were actually about 8 crores for the first year. This year will be about maybe 11,000 crores. So that's the journey in about 10 years' time. There have been also some pivotal moments. So we had a private equity investor on board. The investor they have an investment time frame of about 5 years' time. So about 2013, they wanted to move on. 2013 was also when the Indian economy was showing a blip because of policy paralysis, and it was the year before the election. And that's when we decided that we don't want another private equity fund. We like to have long-term capital. We like to have proprietary capital of somebody who does not have to return capital back to their LPs. So that's when we made a connection with Fairfax in Canada, which is an insurance company and invests off its own balance sheet. And that, in retrospect, has been a big decision for us, because then our outlook to business became more long-term. Our decision-making was pivoting around long-term decisions and not to create value just on the short term. It was also then that we realized, after Fairfax came on board, that it's good to raise cash.
How easy or difficult was it to get Fairfax?
Well, the first aspect was Toronto was minus 12 degrees when we went there. And very unwelcoming climate, so to say. But Fairfax is run by a gentleman called Prem Vatsa. He's of Indian origin. He went as an immigrant and built what is perhaps among the top 5 insurance companies in the world.
Called the Warren Buffett of Canada.
Also known as the Warren Buffett of Canada. He's a gentleman who makes a lot of difference to the moment. He's very perceptive, and he's invested about $5 billion in India, and he's promised to invest another $5 billion. So to find a meeting of mind with him was terrific, because his value system was very clearly aligned to what we wanted to do here. And he backed us completely. He ran a very decentralized empire in a sense. He had 40-odd investments. Each CEO had his own carve-out in terms of space, and you'd meet him maybe once or twice a year, so you got your space to do what you wanted. So to get Fairfax on board was an easy decision. And after that, we decided we'll do an IPO. But when we decided to do an IPO, it was the year 2016, and I still remember this. It was in June or so of that time, and Brexit had just happened. Or it's still happening. They're still threatening to go. It may take some more time. But because Brexit had happened, our bankers suggested that it may be improper to go to markets and attempt to raise money in public markets. A week later, after Brexit happened, Rexit happened. Raghuram Rajan resigned. So you didn't have a Reserve Bank governor, and the markets were very jittery. In spite of it, we decided to go ahead. We listed our stock thereon after we got oversubscribed 145 times. So we had to sell a story of a services company in the business services space which nobody understood. It was the first market offering of this type. And then we listed for about $1 billion or so, and then went on to do a follow-on round. So at various stages, we've had to take decisions that were important, that changed the needle in terms of the direction that we'll follow, and had a significant impact on what the future would be for us. So today we have 380,000 employees. Last year we added 56,000 people. This year, the first 6 months, we've added 59,000 people. So sometimes I'm wondering where is the dichotomy in the story, so to say, about the slowdown in India. We think that moments like this, when there are difficulties, actually push companies to variabilize costs, to process more of their transactional work outside the company. And companies like us, therefore, have more of an opportunity in such situations, which we are riding on today.
Sure. But listening to his story, it seems to me that the toughest moment he's faced in life is his 7th class exam. Is that not true? He said that's been the toughest point in his life. But Patu, tell me, you faced quite some issues with bureaucracy when you were building various hotels, especially the swimming pool story is very exciting. You must tell us about that.
So, I think I told you this. So, Winston Churchill once said, if you're 20 and not a communist, you have no heart. And if you're 40 and not a capitalist, you have no brains, right? So, somehow I keep reversing this. So, like a butterfly to an ant. So, I was a capitalist at 20. I'm now a hardcore communist. So, when I was a capitalist, somewhere along this journey, when I built this first hotel, my father, who was a hardcore communist, and I wasn't then, he said, I'm very uncomfortable with you making money because there is so much poverty and inequity in India. So promise me only two things he asked me to do. He said, never give a bribe. And number 2 is, always focus on your employees. So Vineet, it's funny, if you read my articles of 10, 15 years ago, even we said, employees come first. In fact, when I went public last year, some press, and they're always up to tricks, as you all know, one of them asked me a question, is it true you said, the shareholders, employees come first? And I said, yes. And my investment banker said, are you mad? Because obviously it was a big story that I said, tell shareholders to get lost, in nice words. So, when I built my first hotel, I had no money. I had 5 crores. I borrowed 4 crores. Nobody was willing to lend me money because I used to wear jeans. I still do. So I had to call a friend of mine who I knew from my Tata days, who on my personal guarantee loaned me 4 crores. It was a bank, HDFC as a matter of fact. And I built the hotel, and the pride and joy that I had as a middle-class guy, because my father was a government officer and my mother was a doctor in the army, was I built a very small pool in this hotel. And I'd never seen a pool, and I could never believe that I would have owned a pool. Now, India is full of wonderful laws. So there was, in 1888, in undivided Punjab, there was a drought. I don't know if any of you are aware of this. But there was a shortage of water 137 years ago. And the British put a rule saying there will be a water inspector who will approve any water body in Punjab, which included Gurgaon, which was part of Haryana. So when I built this hotel, what we didn't know, nobody told us, is the water inspector also has to approve this deal. So the hotel is open. I'm, salivating over this very tiny pool I built. Suddenly, and I go back to my office, and my general manager calls me and says, there's a guy who's come in with a bandolier, a gun, with a red light on a jeep. He happened to be the nephew of one of the ministers there. It's a sinecure. It's a job to take a bribe. It's rent-seeking. Haryana was full of that. So he comes and he tells the general manager, how have you put up this pool here without my approval? He says, what are you talking about? He says, well, you need my approval. 1888 ka rule hai. So pay me $5,000 a month. By the way, I told this story to the chief minister of Haryana. And they eliminated that role. But anyway, $5,000 you will pay me every month. Otherwise, I'll shut your hotel. So a guy called me, I said, okay, fine. Tell him to come back next month. So when I went back to that hotel, I went and swam in that pool once. Then I told them to drain the water and fill the pool and make a lawn. So a month later, this guy came back. His name was some Chotala. He was a Chotala, actually, interestingly. And he said, give me my 5,000. He said, why? He said, where's your pool? We don't have a pool. So he said, are you guys mad? You've shut down a 10 lakh. He knew everything. 10 lakh. You see, when it comes to bribing and government, they are so efficient in knowing the exact value so that they can determine the rent seeking. It's amazing, right? So anyway, he said, you guys are mad. And the interesting thing is, after that, nobody ever came for a bribe to that hotel. Yeah. because they said these are mad guys. But this I learned from another mad group called the Parsis, because I was part of Tata's. And they behave like this.
What was that one moment when you actually transitioned from professional and decided to be an entrepreneur and do the buyout? And from there on, was there any point when you sort of had this dilemma that, I mean, why did I even do this? And was there a moment like that?
Sure. Actually, there were a couple. One, I think we did this under the radar screen because Jack Welch never wanted us to do this. So I had to do this myself, experimenting on the way. No phone lines. Even today, our office building on the highway in Gurgaon is in a shed because there was none of the glitz available that we surround ourselves with today. Vineet, you might have seen it. It's just a shed where we transform the inside. And then, we spun off. We raised capital with General Atlantic, Oak Hill, we spun off. Genpact today is 50,000 crores market cap. It's not doing badly, So, by the way, one lesson, do succession planning really well. If you can do it really well, it washes 1,000 sins that you have committed. But I think there were two elements which to me are seminal and important as lessons. And I was privileged to be with GE in one of them and not in the other one, or under the GE umbrella. So the first one was clearly 9/11. 9/11 had the power to destroy businesses all over the world. You had no idea where it was going. Planes weren't flying, people weren't going back and forth. Business stopped completely overnight, boom, like an axe, it went down, and you were left trying to figure out exactly what you were going to do with your life. Cataclysmic event, which companies which are within their own spheres of countries are relatively unaffected by. Countries which are doing cross-border movements, particularly with the movement of people and resources, was cataclysmic for us. We did the huddle, we came together, we talked to the team. I must have talked to 5,000 people that day in the team. Directly, immediately about how do you manage the crisis, what are we going to do, the level of uncertainty we were facing, etc. And then we continued to do that over a period of a month because it took a while for the air to be opened up, for people to be allowed to go back and forth, for people to start thinking about business. And so to me, that was an enormous example of how to handle a crisis. And then the next one was when Lehman Brothers went down. And as Vineet would know, 50% of our business was financial services, and the financial services market imploded in front of our eyes. Our share price went on New York Stock Exchange from 15 to 4. Options that people had been given, everything got wiped out literally within a week. We were facing into enormous bad debts because companies we were doing business for could not pay us. Our clients were collapsing. Business was stopping. Absolute turmoil. And so again, to climb out of that, when we were an independent company and running as a New York Stock Exchange company, that took a different level of resilience from the team. And it was up to us to get the team galvanized, because losing spirit was the easiest thing we could have done. But maintaining that energy level and that resilience was the toughest thing. And I think, to me, I'll never forget that lesson in my life, especially as I watched Lehman Brothers come apart on my TV screen and knowing that all hell was going to break loose in the next week.
So we're running a little short on time, but if you were to give us one advice to any budding entrepreneur about how do you build resilience and what does it take to be a successful entrepreneur and go through all those hums?
To me, it would be two things that build resilience in a company. One is culture, and second one is your...
Personal naturally as an entrepreneur? Because before you institutionalize a company, it's just you leading everything.
So culture actually flows from the DNA of the entrepreneur in a certain sense. I think all entrepreneurs, one quality they need to have is to be stoic. You have to be able to meet with situations along with pragmatism, but also sometimes you have to be dogmatic with your thinking. You have to be singular in your approach, and you can't be recalcitrant about the future and be hesitant about what's coming up. You have to be an optimist. You have to work with people, and that will then flow down into the company as a cultural input. If you have this, I think you also attract the right set of people. So the culture and people that you have around you, and I'm sure my panelists here would know that the people that you've built your company with actually make the business that you have. So that's, I think, the singular advice that I'll give to an entrepreneur.
Not very dissimilar. I think the two things I've learned, one is patience, because it's very easy to be impatient and, say, this is good, this is bad, let's do this. So Sun Tzu writes about this. Patience is what wins you always. That's the first thing. Number two, the other thing I've learned is so I think I was always an optimist. What I've learned in my life is this too shall pass. I think I mentioned it. So when everything is optimistic, I have tried to become as pessimistic as possible, which is difficult for me, but I try. And when things are pessimistic, well, I'm me. So I think, I don't know what we worry about in India. Once upon a time, in Indira Gandhi's time, the Hindu rate of growth was 2-3%. And, we were happy with it. Today at 5%, we weep. So, I don't bother too much about it. If your business can sustain 2 to 8%, and you haven't done anything catastrophic, I think you're fine, then you go. And that's what I've learned, at least in my last 5 years.
Sure. Thank you, Batu. For me, in terms of what do I learn about being an entrepreneur in many ways, I just point to two things. One, surround yourself with people who are significantly better than you, and you must do that positively. I think very few people end up doing that. Who are better. Tiger is a better CEO than I was, and it's showing now in the company. So are many other people. So if you surround yourself with that, and surround yourself with diversity of mind, because then they bring ideas to the table, they solve problems, they do 1,000 things which you could never do on your own. So to me, that is a very essential element. Two is a word I learned from Ramcharan, who used to come and teach us often at Genpact and at GE, which is the word altitude. Just climb out of the daily morass, climb out of daily operation, and think big. One of the great things about the Chinese and the US companies is they think global. They want to go out and rule the world. They're not happy being market leaders in, northern India or somewhere. They will go out. So altitude to me means you will do a lot of things, but thinking about the big picture always, rather than getting stuck on the small stuff, allows you to build things of global scale and size. And I think that's something India Inc. must do, because we remain local, fundamentally. Even though we have some great companies, they're local.
Sure. I wish I could go on with this conversation for a longer time. I don't have that luxury. We're running a little short of time. But also at this point in time, I'm really reminded of one of the most ambitious entrepreneurs we've had. And not only an ambitious entrepreneur, he was also an exceptionally good human being. Just want the video to be, and I had the opportunity to interact very intimately, and he was present right here at this forum in our very first edition of Leading Edge. Just want to play a little AV. The AV, please. And we can move on. Thank you very much, Jen.
Thank you.
nearly 3-decade-long stint at the United Nations, he served as a peacekeeper, a refugee worker, and administrator at the highest level, serving as Under-Secretary General during Kofi Annan's leadership of the organization. After his return to India, he entered national politics and has since retained the Thiruvananthapuram Lok Sabha seat in 2009, 2014, and 2019. He also served as the Minister of State for External Affairs and for HRD. But ladies and gentlemen, it's not really politics, but it's his 19 bestsellers in fiction and non-fiction that really, truly defines his persona. His books on Indian history and culture have engaged readers across the political spectrum, and his tweets, of course, have engaged supporters, and then there are the trolls. The Minister of Parliament, who also heads a parliamentary committee, has not forgotten his love for words. In fact, he actively works to rid us of our fear of long words. He has a word for it, but I dare not attempt to say it. May I now invite on stage India's most erudite politician and a prolific writer with a fecund imagination, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, ladies and gentlemen, to enlighten us on the perils of being an educated politician. And sir, before I hand over the stage to you, I'd like to invite Mr. Indraneel Roy to please join me to present a token of our deepest gratitude to Dr. Tharoor. Thank you once again for taking the time out of your very busy schedule and joining us here this evening.
Thanks very much. Actually, after that rather sober interlude, the kind of light session we were supposed to have seems completely inappropriate. So I will apologize in advance. of what the organizers wanted me to talk about was the perils of being an educated politician. That's their topic, not mine. And talking about that, I felt the only way to do it was as informally and I hope humorously as possible, except that now, having just watched all of that, perhaps we need cheering up all the more. I did want to say, though, that the idea is not to inflict a long speech on you. I'll talk a little bit about my experiences in politics, but the more interesting thing, I think, would be to respond to your questions, see what's on your mind. So let's have an interaction afterwards in the time that remains. And we're supposed to wrap up at 6 when we actually were supposed to start at 5:30, but I'll go on till about 10 past so we can have a chance to use the time that was intended to be there between us. So what does the topic actually mean? I was wondering, the perils of being an educated politician. So there's clearly a perception that there are perils. And I suppose if one were to look at my experience over the last 10 and a half, almost 11 years now, in elected office, you can get a taste of some of those perils. I came into politics, I suppose, in rather unusual circumstances, in that unlike pretty much everybody else in the business, I hadn't spent a lifetime in politics. Almost every other Indian politician either hails from a political family, which I don't, or has very strong political antecedents, which I don't, or has been a student activist, risen up the ranks and worked in a political party all his or her political life, which also I don't. So I came in really, I think, on a whim by the Congress party leadership that thought that I might have something to contribute, given the visibility and attention that my unsuccessful run for Secretary General of the UN had, not to mention, of course, that there were still some people, it was assumed, who read my books and thought that I might be a different sort of voice for what they were thinking about. In any case, I had no idea what I was getting into. I very cheerfully said I was happy to contest, and then went through quite an extraordinary reception. My own party members burned my effigy upon my getting the nomination because they were supporting the person who'd lost the 2 previous attempts. He felt he deserved a third turn. There were various sort of attempts to disown me. there was the point made, not unreasonably, who is this fellow to think he can represent us? He doesn't know our place. He's used to working in air-conditioned offices in three-piece suits. Can he even speak our language properly? What's the point? How can we have this person there? Etc., etc. And it was a challenge from the very start to actually be considered a legitimately acceptable candidate, and that too in a seat that had been held on the two previous occasions by the Communist Party of India. So I thought I would refute all this in the only way possible, which is to do everything that was asked of me by the party, to do so attired simply in local attire, speaking perhaps a rather rudimentary Malayalam, but nonetheless one picked up on holidays to my ancestral homes in Kerala, which therefore was far from faultless, but was not inexistent. And then and just go out there in the hottest month of the year, the hottest times of the day, talking to people and explaining to them that I hope to give them voice. And of course, the attacks on me about my inadequate Malayalam were actually the simplest to refute, because I simply said to them in Malayalam after listening and talking to people for a while, that as you can see, I have enough Malayalam to understand your needs and your aspirations. And what's more important in Delhi, I have the Hindi and English to give voice to them in Parliament. All our alternative colleagues who speak Shuddh Malayalam with you here are not going to be able to be half as effective as me in Delhi. That argument worked, and I ended up winning with a record majority for the first time. That's actually when the troubles got worse. I found that every single thing I said became an issue of controversy in our media. I think some of it quite deliberately motivated, malicious, but I was a babe in the woods, completely unprepared for this. On my visits from the UN or on my visits to India from my living abroad, but to talk about my books or my writing or the UN work, I'd always been treated to an excessively friendly, respectful, and deferential press. So I got an overdose of the opposite in my very first year in office. And literally anything I said, some of you may even remember the various controversies whipped up over anything, any expression I used. If I said that Saudi Arabia could be a useful interlocutor with us, that was immediately created into a controversy, alleging that I had said Saudi Arabia should be an intermediary between us and Pakistan, which of course is not India's foreign policy and is not something that I had said, but that became a controversy. The same thing happened to others. The most notorious one of the lot was when I was asked by a journalist, a BJP-leaning journalist on Twitter, when the government announced an austerity drive. He said, "Mr. Minister, will you travel cattle class?" Now, I had been living in the States where cattle class is a very routine expression, been around for 30 years. It is nothing insulting to people. It's an expression that actually insults the airlines for herding us into economy class like cattle. And since he used the expression, I assumed everyone knew it. So I replied, yes, I'll travel in cattle class out of solidarity with all our holy cows. Now, this may not be terribly funny, but I issued the tweet, got on a plane, went off on a visit to Liberia and Africa, and I had to go to Brussels, change aircraft there, fly to Accra, change aircraft there, fly to Liberia, and all of these intermediate points I didn't have access to any social media, anything. It's only when I got to Liberia, 23 hours after I left Delhi, that I was getting all these panicky calls from Delhi saying that the proverbial dung had hit the proverbial fan, and that there were calls for my resignation for having insulted economy class travelers. I was in a state of disbelief that such a thing could actually happen until I got reports that my own party spokespeople were denouncing me. And in these circumstances, obviously, I had no choice but to call the party leadership and say, are you serious? I mean, doesn't anyone understand what this is all about? And it took finally, after 4 days of front page controversy, the Prime Minister, no less, to say to journalists, baying for my blood, for God's sake, it was only a joke. I mean, this went on for several months, and one thing after another, it was very clear that my Agni Pariksha in my first term in office was to discover how unwelcome intruders were into the closed circle of Indian politics. And many, many controversies later that I won't bore you with. I actually did step down as a minister. And that turned out in many ways to be a blessing, because I'd been an extremely active minister in the foreign ministry. I think in all fairness, I was traveling over 20 days, every month, in order for us to be able to show the Indian flag in countries where no minister had traveled before. I became the first foreign ministry person from any country to get to Haiti after the earthquake, because I happened to be on a tour to Latin America for the government. When the earthquake happened, we had soldiers there, so I volunteered to go, was able to pay respects to the dead, to commiserate the survivors. It was a great experience, but all that sort of thing was taking a severe toll back home, because not only was I being attacked just for being me, but in the meantime, the talk was rumbling in the constituency. What's the point of having an MP who's never here? So, having resigned, I was able to devote myself to my constituency, and that's where perhaps both the good and the bad happened. The good is that I became, simply by doing it well and doing it conscientiously, a rather successful constituency MP. I was able to deliver results, a number of pending things that hadn't been accomplished before by my distinguished predecessors. But the bad thing, of course, and this is where the other peril of being an educated politician came, was that there was absolutely no intellectual satisfaction in the bulk of the things one is required to do. People don't understand, frankly, how hard MPs have to work. At least Kerala MPs, where the voters are knowledgeable, they know their rights, and they're very demanding. And what I found was that 95% of what people come and ask an MP to do for them are things that in any Western democracy, no MP or senator or congressman would do, because they'd be considered unethical. People come to you saying, get my son a job, arrange a transfer for my daughter, my son is posted in Nagaland and Kashmir and so on, we want him in Kerala, etc., etc. Or we've taken this loan, we can't afford to pay it back, talk to the bank and get us either delayed terms or reduce the interest or cancel the interest. I mean, it's all these personal favors, one after the other. And MPs are judged by their ability to deliver these personal favors to people. Now, obviously, that's not what I thought I was getting into politics for. But I had realized that if I was going to be in this unfamiliar profession, I would have to play it by the rules that had been established by decades of predecessors. So I forgot all the ethical principles of the Western democracies, and I started trying to do all of these. Hit or miss affair. Sometimes my request would reach a bureaucrat or official who for some reason still thought well of me, and he would make an effort to fulfill my request so my constituent would get the job or the transfer or whatever. And sometimes, quite rightly, it would be ignored, because after all, why should perhaps an undeserving or a less deserving candidate be picked merely because an influential MP has pushed their name? And these are amongst the dilemmas that I imagine the officials receiving my requests were faced with. Some decided one way, some decided the other. But this is the kind of stuff that needs to be done. I remember one case, somebody came with a totally fraudulent request, and I simply said, no, I cannot do this. And when the person left the room, my staff turned on me in horror saying, no Kerala politician says no. You simply have to say yes to anything people ask. Do it with as much sincerity as you can muster, but you cannot say no. And the story that was told to me was of a Kerala chief minister whose constituent came to him demanding that he write a letter to President Bill Clinton saying that he must see the constituent. Now, if I had been in the recipient of such a request, I might have said, this is stupid, I'm not going to do it. Bill Clinton's going to think I'm an idiot for writing such a letter. But the chief minister of Kerala, who was a very famously populist politician, he knew that what Bill Clinton thought of him mattered far, far less than what his voter would think of him. So he wrote the letter. And I'm sure it never reached Bill Clinton, but he had consolidated the loyalty and the allegiance of that particular voter. So that was, and this particular politician was also notorious for You could reach him at 2 a.m. to get somebody out of jail. You could chase him into his bedroom to hand him a petition. And that's the kind of standard of democracy that Kerala politicians have got their voters accustomed to. What were the other perils of an educated politician? I think they became even more apparent. I came back into government, as you all know, discovered that being a minister of state has considerable limitations. As I found myself tweeting one day, being an MOS is rather like standing in a cemetery. There are lots of people under you, but nobody's listening. And that essentially summed up my experience in ministerial office. I realized that there's very little you can do in situations where really all the authority is concentrated in the cabinet minister. In the case of the foreign ministry, it was different because, at least at the beginning, during my 1 year there, allocations of responsibility were pretty clear. And so I was the de facto minister for Africa, the Middle East, Latin America, the Hajj, passports and visas. All of that came under me, and the files stopped with me. Whereas I think after I left, even that ended, and the ministers of state still had to send that back up to the minister. And this again shows the limitations of our system. If you come in with a track record and experience in administration or diplomacy or whatever, and you think you can just transfer that seamlessly to a governmental environment where the rules are different, you've got another thing coming. But then, as I said, there were other lessons to be learned. We got into opposition in 2014. I survived my election only because of that constituency work that I told you I was able to do. For example, there had been a national highway bypass that was meant to be built between Trivandrum and the Tamil Nadu border, where the stones had been, marker stones had been laid on people's land 40 years previously, but for one reason or the other, the project had not been able to be built, and these people were stuck because no one would buy their land, since people said, your government's going to take over the land any minute now. And they came to me saying, can you either get the damn project cancelled and get these stones removed, or can you get the road built? And I thought the latter was a better idea, so I hassled a number of my colleagues in the UPA government, got the road cleared, got it included in the government's budget, and then with that, when that was done, ensured that the first checks to buy the land where the stones had been put down actually changed hands before the 2014 election. Otherwise, I was quite sure that the victors would claim all credit for having unblocked this logjam of the preceding 40 years. But anyway, so I did that, and that's the kind of thing that helped me win the votes of people. In a very tough election year, I was able to survive with a massively reduced majority, come into Parliament. And then, of course, we were so depleted in numbers that the opportunity to speak in Parliament and challenge the government became very important. And there, too, you could see some of the conundrums that educated politicians faced. One was undoubtedly the fact that our system means that, and this is a system we've essentially copied from the British, and I do consider it a peculiar British perversion to elect a legislature in order to form an executive. To my mind, that completely betrays the entire principle of separation of powers, because, say, unlike in the US, here, once you form the government with a majority in the Parliament, or in the Lok Sabha at any rate, you essentially don't care anymore about whether what you are proposing makes sense, whether the laws you're writing are comprehensive and accurate, because whatever you propose, you have a brute majority that acts as a rubber stamp for you. And that I found immensely frustrating, because we would have these debates in which the opposition would make very sensible and commonsensical suggestions. It wasn't just a question of policy preferences. But I'll give you one minor example. There was a bill which may have affected some of you, which actually had been initiated in the UPA days, but hadn't been submitted to Parliament, which the BJP brought. It was a bill that said that every bank, every firm, company, firm, factory, whatever, above a certain number of employees, had to provide in writing to all their employees a statement of their rights as employees in that firm. And we all thought that was a good idea. There was no opposition to it. But I suggested that since so many people working, say, in factories in UP or Bihar or Orissa might actually not be terribly literate and not be able to understand the legal language, why not say that you should give it to them in writing and explain it orally? You can call all the factory workers on the floor and explain, we're giving you this paper, this is what your rights are, here you are. And while I was making the suggestion, I could see a majority of the BJP members nodding their heads in agreement, because it was clearly a common sense suggestion, wasn't violative or a disagreement of their policy. But sure enough, when the time came for the vote, needless to say, my amendment was shouted down on the grounds that the BJP had produced a bill and that bill was going to go through whatever people said in Parliament. So that too becomes part of a frustration for the average thinking politician. The other problem is that, in fact, unlike, again, some Western democracies, we don't really write the laws. The laws are written by bureaucrats in the government. They're discussed in the cabinet and brought in. And except those bills which actually go through standing committees, where you can see a very detailed discussion by politicians on those committees of the provisions of the bill, the actual discussion on the floor of the House tends to have really no impact on the bill. And that's, again, terribly unfortunate. And finally, when it comes to things like the vote, thanks to the anti-defection law, no MP is able to vote his or her conscience. Let's say that a bill is brought for a vote. In our system, all parties seem to have the approach that once they decide how the vote should be, it's de facto a whip. With the result that there is no issue on which an MP is free to differ from the party line and not vote as the party would wish. Because if they were to do that, they attract, under the provisions of the Anti-Defection Act, not only expulsion from their party, but expulsion from Parliament itself. And after all the trouble and expense they've gone to get elected to Parliament, very, very few issues are going to prompt someone to stand up and risk losing his or her seat in order to take a position of principle on a stand that the party has viewed differently. That's another one of the perils of being an educated politician. I was going on a bit too long, but I wanted to give you a sense of the range of all of these things. We do tend to frown on innovation. So that, for example, when I started tweeting, that's something that the political class looked at quite askance. Actually, the story is a little more interesting. When I first started tweeting, I was unfortunately one of the very, very few public figures so doing. In fact, I still remember a little headline when I reached 10,000 followers. And a number of very senior politicians, I won't name them, but people you've all heard of, very prominent people, said to me, hey, how do you get 10,000 followers? You know, any politician would kill for 10,000, an audience of 10,000. Tell us what to do. And I was trying to explain Twitter and so on to them. But meanwhile, in those days, the media saw Twitter as a threat. They thought, why should we allow politicians to bypass us and go straight to the public? We need to bring this down. And so, as I said, every one of my tweets was attacked. And after the first 2 or 3 controversies, I think particularly after cattle class, at that point, all these people who had asked me for help on Twitter kept far, far away. And there was this widespread perception that even something called Twitter couldn't possibly be the right thing for a serious politician to do. When I tried to explain that, even Google and Yahoo are fairly silly words when you think about it, but no politician would think of doing without them. So why not Twitter? Because it's a way of reaching the public. There was stunned incomprehension. I gave an interview, which you can Google because it's on the record, in late 2009 to Harinder Baweja of Tehelka, saying that I was convinced that within 10 years, every major politician in India would be on Twitter. And as you all know, I didn't need to wait 10 years. Just 5 years later, Narendra Modi, as Prime Minister, was instructing every one of his cabinet to open a Twitter account. Because you need to multiply your voice to the public, bypassing established channels. The media realized the wisdom of this early enough, and they too piled on, because for them too it became a way of amplifying their reach, promoting their stories, and indeed getting shall we say, their share of what the politicians are doing. I remember the late Arun Jaitley telling me that he no longer felt he had any need to call a press conference, because if he wrote a blog, which he became rather famous or notorious for doing, both in opposition and in government. If he wrote a blog, it would be picked up by every media organization, and his staff didn't have to make 75 phone calls to convene a conference. Everyone would see it anyway. And that then became an approach of mutual interest to both the media and the politicians. The other thing, finally, that we all suffer from in our political establishment is a complete lack of sense of humor. I'm not sure that I'm sure that in private, these are the same people who are cracking dirty jokes and so on, or exchanging wicked humor on WhatsApp messages to each other. But somehow there is a solemnity to public discourse, which is quite unworthy of Mahatma Gandhi, who was, as you know, famously and impishly mischievous in his comments. You remember when he was asked by a British journalist, Mr. Gandhi, what do you think of Western civilization? And he replied, I think it would be a very good idea. Or when he was upbraided for striding up the steps of Buckingham Palace in his dhoti, in his loincloth, to go and meet the King Emperor, he smilingly replied, oh, I think His Majesty had on enough clothes for the two of us. I mean, that kind of thing. Have you heard of an Indian politician saying things like that anymore? It just doesn't happen. I scoured the works of Nehru for my biography on him, and it's his birthday today. A wonderful man, the greatest intellect to have ever been Prime Minister of India, and possibly one of the top 5 best political writers in the English language in the modern era. But if you look at his works, his speeches, his writings for humor, there's very, very little of it. I remember the one comment that I think was really sharp and witty was when he said in America, sort of with undisguised culture shock in 1949, he said, one must never visit America for the first time, which I thought was rather clever. But in private, I'm told he was a very amusing dinner companion, charming, entertaining, would mimic people, was just a lot of fun, got along with all sorts of people. But in public, we have this expectation that our politicians must be deadly serious. And I'm afraid that's a test I failed too often. So it's time to now turn to what's on your mind, just to say that I tried to give you a little bit of a taste of the different things that might constitute the perils of an educated politician. But one that I'm very happy to run the risk of is your asking questions that I might find difficult to answer. The floor is yours. Thank you. Yes, young lady. There's a hand up there in the middle of the room.
2 questions.
Okay.
And hopefully the first one is difficult. What's your favorite role, author or politician?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
What's your favorite role, author or politician?
I'm having real problems. What?
Can you hear me? Your role as an author or politician? I got your
I see. Yeah, that's much clearer. Thank you. Sorry. For some reason, I just couldn't hear you the first time. Look, I mean, I'm a human being who has a number of reactions to the world I see around me, some of which I manifest through my writing, my comments, my columns, and so on, and some of which I manifest through my work, whether it was at the United Nations, where I worked for refugees, I worked in resolving a number of international problems, I was in charge of the peacekeeping mess we had during the Yugoslav Civil War. So I've always felt it important to work in both the world of conclusions and the world of decisions, the world of reflection and the world of action, the world of thoughts and observations and the world of policy and engagement. I just found it impossible to give one up for the other.
So one last comment is, I'm a lawyer, and I heard your comment that, laws in this country are made by bureaucrats without lawyers' help.
Except those that go through standing committees.
Yeah.
And provided the standing committee's advice is
And
actually
they
taken
may
into
listen
account,
or not,
which it
so-
may not be. Yeah.
Don't you think we need to change that?
Of course we do. I mean, I honestly think that our system itself, some of you may know that for over 25 years I've been writing passionately about why the parliamentary system was completely the wrong choice for our country, and it just doesn't reflect the way in which Indians vote, Indians behave. We actually vote for individuals, not for party programs. Our parties themselves are really identikit combinations of people with no real great coherent differences. I mean, the British invented this system to reflect their reality in a tiny island state where even today, after so many decades of population growth, a parliamentary constituency is 1 lakh people. It's just not where you can actually interrelate with, you can truly represent them. And even then, their system gives the parliamentarian complete freedom. The famous principles enunciated by Edmund Burke in his speech to the electors of Bristol, that once you elect me, I'm not obliged to you or to the party, I'm only obliged to use my best judgment to take the stands that I believe are right for you. And if you don't agree with me, vote me out. That is the principle. We don't follow that either. So we are now stuck in a position where we have the worst of all possible worlds, in my view. I have a lot of respect for the US system. And my American friends say, you're crazy because our system is stuck in gridlock. And I said, that's because you guys only have two parties. We'll never have gridlock with one president occupying, you know, the White House there, Lok Kalyan Marg here, from one party and the parliament dominated by another party, because in fact, in practice, people have put 303 BJP MPs in largely because they wanted Narendra Modi. If they could vote for Narendra Modi separately and then vote for their local MPs, they'd actually vote for somebody whom they knew and understood and could relate to and could actually represent their interests properly. And that would represent, even today, over 40 different parties in parliament. So the person elected as the chief executive of the country, call him president, would have to create issue-based coalitions, and these people would be elected to legislate, not to form the executive. Right now, no lawmaker is actually interested in making laws. They seek election in the hope of becoming members of the government. That, I think, is a very, very flawed system. Sir.
Mr. Tharoor, your talk was delightful as usual.
Thank you, sir.
We live in a post-truth world. What is the role of an educated politician in a post-truth world? Or is there a role at all?
I don't buy this post-truth business. Honestly, post-truth is a very sort of postmodernist way of saying lies. Right? I mean, post-truth means essentially that it's untruth. And once you go beyond truth, the only field left is that of dishonesty and lying, mendacity. And that's not something that I think we should encourage or whatever. So, to my mind, if somebody says nonsense or spins completely fake stories or puts out messages which, as we all know, even in our own politics we've seen too much of, which can politely be called as fake news, we should call it out. We should condemn it. We should say this is wrong. I mean, if we start, understanding or believing that there is a certain reality which is what ordinary people experience and a different reality which is what governments and politicians project, then we are in for the high jump as a society and as a nation. I think we should reject all notions of post-truth. We should stand up with integrity, with conviction, with education, with knowledge, with principles and values and say, this is what we're here for. And this is what we're trying to stand up and do for the country. And if you don't like it, vote for someone else. But at least you know what you're doing, what you're voting for. Instead, we have all of this reliance on the submissiveness of the media and the forgetfulness of the public. So, Mr. Modi will stand up and say, give me 50 days, otherwise burn me alive. And no one's going to burn him alive. And that was when he made demonetization. Front page headline. When it had failed comprehensively after 50 days, when the Reserve Bank of India had become known as the Reverse Bank of India for the number of notifications it issued, changing the previous notifications. When all that happened, did anybody, even in the media, stand up and say, sorry, Mr. Modi, 50 days are up, here's the power? No, because the fact is that you can say anything and get away with it in an atmosphere where you're not challenged very specifically and strongly. And that is something that, it seems to me, we really do have to worry about. So the only answer to post-truth is the truth itself. The only answer to unprincipled dishonesty is principles and integrity.
Yeah. Good evening, sir. Good evening,
Indian politics is largely, commanded by the mass-based leaders. So you could connect very well with the classes. But did you find it difficult to connect with the masses?
Well, as you can see, I won again, a third time, this time again by a lack of votes. So clearly I'm doing something right in connecting with the masses in my constituency.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir. At the back, on your right-hand side.
Yeah, whoever's got the mic, go ahead.
Yeah. So I would like to ask you three questions. How easy is it for you to work with bureaucracy? For you as an educated MP and the other MPs? And my next two questions are on a very lighter note. Like the American Correspondents' Dinner, where we see the politicians the educated politicians roasting each other. So can we see that in India? And third, on a very lighter note, where I saw your Amazon...
Just hold the mic a little closer to you. I'm missing that.
Sorry?
Hold the mic a little closer to your mouth.
Sorry. Yeah. So my second question was like the American Correspondents' Dinner, where we see the educated politicians roasting each other. So can we see that in India in the near future? And sir, since I'm a fan of yours, last question, has your Caesar salad arrived as yet?
That's a reference to the fact that I took the risk of agreeing to do a stand-up comedy act, which was recorded for Amazon Prime. I actually cracked jokes for 24 minutes, so and that too to a live audience in a Noida nightclub, and I would say 80%, 90% of that audience was under 30. So it took some nerves, but having done it and it went very well, I'm pleased that of the 24 minutes they're broadcasting about 8 minutes. I think tomorrow, 15th night, I think on Amazon Prime, and you know it's some degree of risk-taking and some degree of not, because ultimately everyone knows it's meant to be humor. I mean, you're not trying to use humor in a political context. You're standing up and doing stand-up comedy. It's got to be funny, or at least attempt to be funny. And I've tried to do that there. But coming back to your earlier thing, first on working with the bureaucracy, yes, it is much easier, because I come from the same stock, as it were. I went to St. Stephen's College. Many of my classmates were bureaucrats. Now, unfortunately, everybody has retired. We've become long in the tooth. But when I first came into politics in my early 50s, I had the luxury that about 17, 18 of my contemporaries from Delhi University were secretaries to the government of India. And I was able to get a lot of favors done for my constituency that way as well. The chairman of the railway board, I'm so grateful to him, because he got me train stops that people had been agitating for 27 years, but he'd been my senior in college. So dealing with the bureaucracy when you come from a similar sort of background, when you could have been a bureaucrat yourself, is much easier for educated politicians, no question about that. And Mr. Modi, by the way, as you know, has now started appointing retired bureaucrats to the Rajya Sabha and getting them into ministerial office. And we've seen that with Hardeep Puri, who spoke to you today. We've seen it with Jayashankar, in the last government with Alphonse. There have been a number of people who are all IAS, IFS, IPS as well, R.K. Singh, Suryaveer Singh, etc., who have served in ministerial office, because Mr. Modi trusts bureaucrats more than he trusts politicians to deliver on his commitments. So there is something to be said, again, for looking at how the system is supposed to function. We're supposed to have a clear, watertight distinction between the permanent civil service on the one hand and the elected political class on the other. But the Rajya Sabha has now become, under Mr. Modi, a mechanism for bypassing that distinction. And I don't blame him. Ability is important, and his party doesn't have much of it, so he can bring it in from the bureaucratic classes. But it is a question about how our politics works. On the second thing about the American White House Correspondents Association dinner, you will never see that in India. I mean, you remember the howls of outrage when AIB tried to do a roast. Movie stars roasting other movie stars, and that became controversial. Can you imagine politicians, the things we'd say and the things we've done? Even in my 24 minutes stand-up comedy act, I cracked a few political jokes. All of them have been left out of the 8-minute broadcast, because even Amazon is scared that anyone, and these were just jokes that people, but is scared that joking about politics will not be taken well in the political establishment. So that is very much the mood in this country. I'm afraid it's not going to happen. I think I'll have you one last question. I think somebody has the mic.
Sir, this side. Hello.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Oh, sorry, there's a young girl as well.
Hi.
I think in terms of gender, I better go for her. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. You have been
A little closer, please. Higher.
You have been a very highly visible politician in the era that we are in. There was a time when there have been personal attacks on you. I would like
It's still going on.
Yeah, ongoing. So I would like to know from you, what does it take for you to sail through those tough times? And my second question is, what will it take for Congress to come back?
Oh boy. The second question is actually easier to answer. It'll take you guys to vote for us, and we'll come back. Now, let me come back to the first one, because it was extremely hard, because I had nothing in my professional life had prepared me for the level of abuse, of criticism, of false accusations, of character assassination, everything that has taken place. Two bits of advice helped me serve me in good stead. One was actually from Mr. Natwar Singh, who of course subsequently himself left the Congress. But Natwar Singh told me of how, when he left the Foreign Service to become a politician, at Mrs. Indira Gandhi's request, and she attended his swearing in, he was wearing a suit, a Western suit. So he very apologetically said to her, "Madam, I'm going to get some bangala stitched." And she said, "No, Natwar, in politics, you better just grow a thicker skin." And that, I thought, was a very good piece of advice. You need to be able to take a lot more than you would have to in normal civilian life. You need to be prepared for a lot more slings and arrows on your skin. The second piece of advice, paradoxically, came from Kofi Annan, who himself was the victim of a lot of unfair attacks on the oil for food scheme and so on when he was at the United Nations. And he told me once something that I actually didn't understand when he told me. He said, "My father has taught me an old Ghanaian proverb, when the sharks bite you, do not bleed." And I said, "But if the sharks bite you, of course you bleed." It doesn't mean. He said, "Think about it, one day you'll understand the meaning." And it took me several years to actually be bitten by the sharks in India for me to understand the importance of not bleeding. Because what the sharks want is to see that blood in the water. And if you don't give them that satisfaction, they might eventually stop biting because they're not getting that blood anymore. And there's all the other principles we can talk about. Somebody was saying, "Oh, what grace under pressure," etc. Yeah, grace under pressure is one of these classic things that my generation was always brought up. Stiff upper lip, don't show your emotions, be strong to the outside world, all of that. But all that apart, a very simple message, when the sharks bite you, do not bleed, is not a bad message to have. Ultimately, deny the unfair attackers the satisfaction of savoring your own discomfort, misery, unhappiness, and so on. And therefore, I simply reacted to all of this by continuing doing my job, and in fact, doing more than my job. Making speeches, writing books, putting my point of view across. And I thought that was the best way to respond. Because if I allowed them to define me, and I allowed them to crush me, then I was being untrue to myself, which is something I didn't want to be. Thank you all very much. You've been a great audience. Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Shashi Tharoor. Okay, so before I let you go, I have one last question that I want you to answer. You've given us so much food for action and reflection. Leave us with the word of the day.
Well, I actually just did this a few days ago on social media, which is a kid asked me precisely this question, a school kid. And I said, "Listen, there's only one word I'm going to give you, and it's not a long word, it's not a new word. It's read." Because I didn't acquire a vocabulary by mugging up dictionaries. I just read widely and extensively. I grew up in India without television, without computers, mobile phones, Nintendo, PlayStation. Books were my education, my entertainment, my escape. And frankly, if you read widely enough, you will acquire a great vocabulary. And if you come across the same word in 3 different places, 3 different contexts and usages, you'll understand very quickly what it means, how it's meant to be used. And that's essentially how I've built up my vocabulary, and everybody in this room and their children at home can do exactly the same thing if they will take the time to read.
Well, then I have 4 words. I promise to read. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, once again. Thank you so much, sir. Have a great rest of the evening. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the grand finale. It's my absolute honor and pleasure to invite on stage that leader who clearly does not mince his words. In fact, he's openly critical about policies, even those implemented by his own government. And perhaps it is this fierceness that really drew him to student politics, to ABVP. He dreams big. Therefore, as PWD minister in Maharashtra between the years 1995 and 99, he made his name by undertaking impressive infra projects, including the Mumbai-Pune Expressway. The Vajpayee government appointed him as chairman of the National Rural Road Development Committee, resulting in the country's most ambitious rural road scheme, Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. Currently, as the Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways and MSME, he's really seen as someone who can completely speed up India's infrastructure and MSME development. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome on stage Minister for Road Transport and Highways of India and Shipping, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. And I'd like to invite Mr. Indraneel Roy to please join me on stage to present a token of our gratitude to Shri Gadkari ji. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here this evening. We know you have a very packed schedule. Mr. Roy, requesting you to please join us on stage and to present a floral bouquet to Shri Gadkari ji.
Dear friends, India is the fastest growing economy, and naturally the MSME is the growth engine for the country. Presently, 48% of the export of our country, this is a contribution from MSME, and in the growth 29% contribution which MSME contributes for the development. The most important thing which is related with MSME is to create more employment potential. And today, our ministry has planned to giving highest priority for development in rural, agriculture and tribal. We increased our budget provision 10 times more on honey. We are developing blue economy, and at the same time we are developing the industries, particularly agro-processing industries, and whatever the raw material available in the forest, on the basis of that, we need to give a good technology, new innovations, by which creating forest and agriculture-based industry in the rural and agriculture area. Majority area is the tribal sector, which is socially, economically and educationally backward. At the same time, India's strength is the skilled manpower. We have already adopted the policy where we are creating more training center, research center, skill development centers. And now we have opened the idea that the successful industry can apply for training center, skill development center and research center. Actually, today morning I was in Delhi with Leather Association, where already the turnover of the industry is 1,25,000 crores, out of which 44 to 45,000 crores is export, and 80 to 84,000 crore is our domestic consumption. So now we have decided at least 10 sectors which have contributes in our exports, and we are making specially a scheme to support them, that for skill development, training, research and product designs, all the things and upgradation of the industry, we specially make available special finance for them, by which they can upgrade the industry, they make research in designs, product designing, and at the same time, the result will be to increase in export. At the same time, our ministry has already identified the 10 sectors, particularly where import is high. So we are now making the policy for import substitution, and we are making the policy by which we are giving special financial support. The scheme is ready. We are recommended the package now. We are planning and we will recommend it to the finance ministry, and after that we will declare. And where we expecting that we have to find out the options. What are the imports we have? We have to create indigenous alternative for that. and there we are going to encourage them and support them as a facilitator. So these are the two important things which are going to create more employment potential, and at the same time, it is going to add in our growth. That is very important. As far as the rural and agriculture industry, now we need new innovation, new research. Innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, skill, we name it as a knowledge. And conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future for the country. So in 21st century, we need to upgrade our technologies. We need to upgrade our all manufacturing system by adding new machinery, by using IT in it. There are a lot of new innovations, new research in the different fields, and by which we made our product competitive. The three important things where our ministry is working, that how we can reduce the logistic cost, capital cost, and the power cost. So we have now going to start, we have already understanding with World Bank, ADB and KfW. Their interests are different, but KfW, they are interested in green power. So idea is the present rooftop sector in industry which is available, where we can make solar system by which they can add that power into the system, into the grid. And that is going to reduce the power cost. We need permission from the state government for that, because presently the state government power rate is very high. So already I am requesting the power ministers of the state government to support this scheme. The other scheme is regarding the capital cost. The ADB and World Bank, they are already in understanding with my ministry, and they are ready to support, by which I am confident that we can reduce the capital cost, particularly the interest cost. Now in Indian scenario, we are making good roads. For example, you just take an example because we want to reduce the logistic cost. We are making 23 green express highway. One of the express highway is between Mumbai to Delhi. This is the new alignment, green highway of something 1400 kilometer, and it is going to reduce the Delhi to Mumbai distance by 220 kilometers. The road starts from Gurgaon, coming to Sawai Madhopur, Alwar, then coming to Jhabua, Ratlam, coming to Vadodara, and then coming to Mumbai. The land acquisition is completed. 70% of the package is already awarded. And I am confident within 3.5 years, we will complete this work. And the most important thing related with this road, the road is from the alignment is from the area which is socially, economically backward, tribal area. The backward and tribal area of Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Maharashtra and Haryana. And now, because of this, we are saving 16,000 crores on land acquisition. Our land acquisition cost is just only 80 lakhs rupees per hectare. The present alignment, the Mumbai, Ahmedabad, Vadodara, Surat, this alignment, the cost is very high. So by making this green express highway and by development of 4-lane to 6-lane, 6-lane to 8-lane, now presently Delhi to Mumbai, one truck is taking 6 to 7 trips per month. But by making this highway, they can make 9 to 10 trips per month. So which is going to reduce the logistic cost. Presently, our truck movement is averagely 200 kilometers per day. And in the USA and the Western countries, it's 450 kilometers. We need to take it up to the 300 kilometers. By making good roads, we can reduce the logistic cost. And the other important thing is we have already started waterways. The first waterways is now open. It is from Varanasi to Haldia of 1,380 kilometers with 4 multimodal hubs. One is at Gazipur, Sahibganj, then Varanasi and Calcutta, that is Haldia, out of which 2 multimodal hubs already inaugurated by the Prime Minister. We are maintaining 3-meter draft, and now this year we are going to expect more tonnage, and we are expecting within 2 years that 250 lakh ton of material will transported on these waterways. You can go up to Myanmar, Bangladesh and Northeast. Because after Haldia, the Bengal Sea is there. Then we have completed the dredging in Brahmaputra, then Barak also. We are also complete dredging in Bangladesh, in Mungli and Chitgaon. The both port already we have, when I was minister, we have already completed dredging there. So now also we are connecting Varanasi to Allahabad. That work is completed. And from Delhi to Allahabad, Prayagraj, the project report is submitted to the World Bank, where the planning is from Delhi, Yamuna, it comes to Mathura, Mathura to Agra, Agra to Etawah, Etawah to Prayagraj, Allahabad. So by which we can take material from Punjab, Haryana and Delhi, taking up to the West Bengal, Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh and then taking up to Bangladesh, up to Myanmar. That is going to reduce the logistic cost. The logistic cost, for example, for road is 10 rupees, for example, but for railway it's 6 rupees. The same thing for waterway is only 1 rupees. So in Indian exports, we need to reduce logistic cost. That is very important. Already we have taken the tractors and buses and trucks from Chennai to Cochin and now taking up to the Kandla. And now the Mumbai port is exporting every year 450,000 vehicles from Mumbai to abroad in different parts of the world. So development in the waterways and sea transport is the unique thing, and our government is giving the priority for that. So reducing the logistic cost, reducing the product, power cost and capital cost, by which using new technology, new innovation, new research, and particularly the industry, those who are already have good contribution in exports, where the industry, where we are going to support them for making new training, research, skill and designing and upgradation of the industry. I feel that this will definitely give the good results. The one of the important thing is we have to increase the purchasing power in the agriculture and rural sector. Once upon a time, over 85% of the population was related with rural area, but there is a migration of 25%. So that is because we are facing the problem in the metro cities because of this migration. We need to decentralize development. And my particular appeal to all of you, that is Delhi-Mumbai corridor, is our green highway. The land is available in the backward area. Now the distance is reduced by 220 kilometers and the land acquisition cost is just 80 lakhs rupees per hectare. So from Mumbai, you can make logistic park, different things there, but you can transfer your industry to that area where it is definitely going to reduce your cost. So naturally we need decentralization of industry because the saturation is also a big problem. Everything is saturated in Gurgaon, in Faridabad, in Mumbai, in Pune, where now this is the time for the country to think about the new smart cities, new area, where we can develop new airports, new railway stations, new roads, and power, water, transport and communication will be available, and we can develop the new green cities. You know what is the situation in Bangalore. It's very bad. The traffic jam is a big problem. Same thing in Mumbai also. At a time when I was minister, we constructed 55 flyovers. And our apprehension was that it is going to reduce the traffic jam. But after constructing 55 flyovers and Worli Bandra, there is no reduction in the traffic. Because the automobile sector is increased by 10 to 12%. Now presently they are facing some problems. But the automobile sector is also increasing every year by 10%, 12%. So now we need to have the public transport on electricity. And the metro's capital cost is very high, the 350 crore rupees per kilometer. And when I was a water resources minister, we have signed the technologically joint venture agreement with Doffelmayr, the Austrian company. They have 65% share in the world for ropeway, cable car and funicular railway. and they have a good technology of sky bus, having capacity of 260 people, and bus can go into the sky. There is no problem, no road blockade will be there. So we need to adopt new technology, particularly for the public transport on electricity. The ethics, economy, and ecology and environment, these are the three important things which already we are all concerned with it. Regarding ecology and environment, we are facing serious problem. Now, because in Delhi, the situation is very bad. So we are taking a lot of decisions related with how we can reduce the pollution. The water pollution and air pollution is a big problem. So we need to apply the technology, that conversion of waste into wealth. And we can make alternative fuel from that. That is very important. I feel that even we have successfully proven, experiment is with us now, that we have taken SpiceJet by using bio-aviation fuel from Jatropa and taking flight from Dehradun to Delhi by using 25% bio-aviation fuel. And last 26 January, the Air Force fighter jet and helicopter, they use 100% bio-aviation fuel. The price is very less. In our tribal area, the raw material is available. We are concentrating on, we are also trying to make fuel from bamboo oil. So a lot of options are there, and there are proven cases, technologies are there. So this is the time that we should think about the new technology which are going to reduce pollution. The water pollution is also equally a very, very important problem we are facing. So we need to adopt the policy where we need to resolve the problem of air pollution and water pollution. So economy, presently because of global economy also we are facing some problems. And now we need to strengthen our banking sector. Financing industry is very important, because in infrastructure in last my regime, we given priority to the public-private sector, and we have awarded works more than 17 lakh crores in my ministry. We have now invented the new model of hybrid annuity, but still it is difficult for us to get the finance from the bankers. We need to support them. We are supporting them. We need some positive support from the financial institution for infrastructure development. I am very confident that even in the situation, we are giving priority for development of infrastructure. The government is planning for starting the works of 100 new airports. We are starting already the regional airports already, the connectivity is started. And transport, communication, water and power, these are the important sectors. But the most important and crucial sector is water. The state like Maharashtra, Andhra, Telangana, they are facing the problem for water crisis is a big problem. So now we have also 36 DPR we have already accepted for river connectivity project. When I was minister, we have prepared a scheme by taking backwater of Godavari in Polavaram, 1100 TMC of water is going to the sea. In place of that, we have already formulated the scheme where taking backwater of Godavari to Krishna, Krishna to Pennar, and Pennar to Kaveri, and going up to the tail end of Tamil Nadu. So the 300 TMC of water will benefit Tamil Nadu, because present dispute between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu is only for 45 TMC. Even for Maharashtra also, we have 2 river connectivity projects, Pinjar, Damanganga, and Tapi Narmada. They are already sanctions. We are waiting for agreement between Maharashtra and Gujarat. So I feel that we are a rich nation with a poor population. Appropriate economic policies and transparency and corruption-free system, ease of business is very important. We are already making a lot of reform in different sectors. We are taking a lot of decisions for supporting the employment provider and wealth creator. Because the people who are investing, they are really employment promoter, employment creator, and they are wealth creator for the country. So the policies are very friendly. But somewhere ups and downs is the obvious part of the life. Every industry, somewhere there are problems. Some are because of global economy, some are the problem because of demand and supply, and some of the problems are because of business cycle. But I feel that this is a phase. By positive attitude and development-oriented approach, I am confident that India will become a strong economic power. And presently, there is a lot of disputes going on between China and USA related with a lot of things which are, I don't want to make more comments on it. But this is an opportunity for Indian companies that this is the time that we can increase our export in USA. So a lot of our leather industry today was reporting me that their export in USA is increased by 8 to 10%. So my feeling is that everywhere there are problems, but we need to approach that conversion of problems into opportunities, not opportunities into the problems. So I am confident that our future is good. We are the fastest growing economy, and the people like you who are the wealth creator, employment creator, their role is very, very important. So government is fully ready to support you to formulate the appropriate policy by which definitely that policy is going to support you. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Minister, just two questions. This is not as a journalist. We know what's the hot topic out here, but there's something hot already happening in the state. So one, this is not as a journalist, as an Mumbaiker, I'm asking this question, who will form the government? And second, if it's a non-BJP-led government, what happens to the state of the infrastructure and the projects that's underway in Bombay?
You have an appropriate question to a wrong person. The party and leaders who are planning for formulating government, they will give an appropriate answer for that. I feel that there will be no difference. In Indian experience, in our democracy, the governments are changed. But the projects are, there's no problem, they will continue. So I feel there is no problem in it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And today, but I don't know whether which government will come. So any government, either it is BJP government or a Congress government or NCP government or Shiv Sena government, they will support the positive policies and development policies and the big projects. Anything more? Anything can happen in cricket and politics. Somewhere you feel that you are losing match, but no, the result is ultimately exactly opposite to that. I don't know. I don't want to make any comments on it. I'm just arrived from Delhi. I'm more related with Delhi. I don't know detailed politics of Maharashtra. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Sri Gadkari ji. Sir, thank you so much. Thank you so much for addressing us this evening. We really, really deeply appreciate your presence here. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to a close of IDFC First Bank Presents Outlook Business Leading Edge 2019, powered by Shri Ram Transport Finance Company, Greenply, in association with BBNL, driven by Exide, and outdoor partner Laksh Media Group, community partners Great Place to Work and Entrepreneur Excel. Thank you everyone for making Leading Edge 2019 a grand success. Please join us for cocktails and dinner and have a great evening. Thank you.